Morning. All right. Make sure this is going on the YouTube. How's everybody's break on the YouTube? Did you take a break? All right, good. We're good to go. Why is this like this? Stop that. Stop it. Okay. It'll be interesting this week. We got Ready Player. Good morning. Morning, Robert. Crystal Edwards. Brenda Grant. DVD. No. Julia Rock. JJ. Good morning. Artist formerly known as, right. Okay. Things. Seawood. Good morning. Good morning. Pioneer. You want to explain that F-150 burned to the warehouse? Already seen the record that has been sold. Okay. Yep. Julia, our official timekeeper. Julia's in the house. Get your walk in. Mark. Good morning. Good morning. Oh dear's latest videos. Yes, she's got a few out. So good to go and check those out. I should. The link is in my stuff always. Here's the link to her channel. I've still been meaning to get a bunch of other things. Okay, so here's the link to her channel. There we go. So please do go and check out Nikki, Paul, Brother Paul, Donna, Countryside, Sad, Glow Watcher, Molly. Good morning. Morning. Missed you guys all. Yes, missed everybody. NS44, Christine W, Kelly Blair. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning. Good morning. Interesting article out by. I've got a couple of minutes. Okay. Which was rinse repeat, basically, in pieces of it. Let's see here. Where is it? This one? Yes, this one. Interesting. Oh, I have to do that. There we go. Is that going to do it? CBC, drop the link in here, archived it already, so good to go. Person by the name of Christina Fifield, don't know how to pronounce the name, says that she was the psychologist to Lisa. Trying to find anything on this. I can't recall hearings with her in it. Seems to say, let's see here. Let's see if we can get through this. Psychologist was among multiple people who knew about the violence. Okay. Even though this rule was in place, I noticed that there was an article in Halifax Examiner at NDAs, and she appeared there. Okay. For employers. I found that interesting. That would be here. She appears in this article. If I could, I believe she appears in here. Do I have the wrong article? Maybe, possible. Oh, my apologies. It's this one. Right there. Avalon, who's very busy, participant. Avalon, who's teamed up with, I believe, Sergeant Sarson, wife of, and NST. So interesting, though, she's in an article about signing NDAs about bosses and sexual harassment. Can't find very much on this lady. There's not enough. There's support. Christina Fifield, trauma therapist, Avalon Sexual Assault Center, Halifax. They were, of course, early on signing stuff to push for the feminine stuff. Unfortunately, not working. Lisa Banfield relationship. Okay, blah blah blah. Said Wortman. Though Banfield's interviews with police, she described having done the abuse. Only time the therapist was encouraging me to leave Gabriel. Who? Christina Fifield? Or is this something else? See, I don't think it is. And she participated in the inquiry in a coalition of small groups. I haven't, I searched the website for her. I can't find her. Let's see here. Where's the searches I did for her? Somewhere here. Search here. No mention of her. No, I don't have it. Fifield, whatever. Copy. Back here. Paste. Look through the, I don't remember her being in the hearings. So I don't know what's going on there. CBC also had her out on July 28th talking about the pushing for the reenactment was horrible. So I don't know what's going on, and it all of course, leads right into Lucky. All that Privy Council stuff. That's going to come out, I think. Wellness study. Been looking into this stuff, watching day 2 of Leather. Very interesting. His responses. Okay, let's make sure we've got this live. Okay, actually, no, I'm on the wrong one. Sorry. Chrome tab. There we go. Okay, and this can go away so we don't have any kind of echo. Should be good.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Morning, Blue Nose, Invasion 1, Ash. Okay. Oh dear. Good morning. MH. Okay. I think I've got everybody. Please do share. This stuff is really important. I'm going to try and touch on a little bit of it during the breaks. I'm very interested to hear. This morning is Lee. We also have a 4th day added. Mysterious 4th day. Will there be a mysterious person appearing? Day 4? Maybe. You never know. Never know how these things happen. I sound like Tom Selleck. Didn't know that. Tim Bousquet, straight out of California to Little Rock, Arkansas, then straight to Nova Scotia. Interesting path of travel. Yep. Chris Leather, day 2 testimony. Very interesting. Very interesting to watch. Is the audio working okay on that end? Did you hear the whatever theater announcement? Tom, really? Okay. I'm going to have to, what is it? What was that show? I like that show with, the Ferrari. And he was always protecting Robin, the author. Where is
Good
John
morning.
Robin?
The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Good morning. Bonjour and bienvenue. Welcome back. We hope you had some time to rest and recharge over the last few weeks. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Our work as commissioners includes bringing forward findings and recommendations to help make our community safer. Working with our commission team, participants and their council, witnesses, community representatives, and many others, we continue to explore what happened, how and why it happened, and share what we are learning with the public as we progress through each phase of our work. During proceedings this week, we will hear from another 2 senior RCMP officers about their roles and responsibilities in response to the mass casualty. In particular, we are keen to learn about lessons learned, changes made to date, and opportunities for additional changes and improvements. Today, we will hear from retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, who was the RCMP's commanding officer in Nova Scotia at the time of the mass casualty. In addition to what she has already provided during her interviews with the Commission, we anticipate Assistant Commissioner Bergerman will be able to share more on a range of topics, including RCMP culture, the psychological autopsy of the perpetrator, after-action reviews, and issues related to leadership and supervision. We have time reserved tomorrow morning to continue with participants' questions for Assistant Commissioners Bergerman as needed. Tomorrow afternoon, we anticipate hearing from Commissioner Brenda Lucki, the RCMP's national leader, with more time reserved to hear from the Commissioner on Wednesday. On Thursday, we will hear from Chief Dan Kinsella of the Halifax Regional Police. I'll now ask Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young to begin.
Participants and everyone, we're ready for the witness.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Good morning, Ms. Bergman. You were commanding officer of H Division, the RCMP in Nova Scotia at the time of the mass casualty events,
Yes, I was.
and you're now retired.
Yes.
I've already interviewed you for a full day, so I'm not going to cover the same ground that we covered in that interview. I would like to make the transcript of former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's interview an exhibit now, please. It's COM 006-2441.
And that's Exhibit 4141.
In that interview, we talked about your background, your role and what you did during the mass casualty events and the immediate aftermath, your role in public communications, relations with the province, and various areas of responsibility during your time as the rank as assistant commissioner and then the role as commanding officer of H Division, right?
Yes, we did.
Since you did retire almost a year ago, I'm hoping to get some perspective from you from a bit of a distance, if possible. Today, what I'm going to ask you about is RCMP culture, the psychological autopsy of the perpetrator, the role of the issues management team, H Division leadership issues, supervision of frontline officers, police advisory boards and local governments, your communications with CAOs or municipal representatives after the mass casualty, and a little bit about community policing. And then council for participants will have questions. Okay. Starting with the culture of the RCMP, I'd like you to help the commissioners understand how change gets implemented at the RCMP. For example, when they make their recommendations, would the commander of H Division have any ability to consider them and implement them directly, or does this only happen at a national level?
No, it doesn't happen only at the national level. I would imagine there will be some recommendations that would be a national initiative, but if at all possible, the commanding officer can implement those changes. You know, I'm guessing there might be funding issues or resource issues, but certainly they would have the ability to do that.
If there are funding and resource issues, can the division work directly with the province of Nova Scotia to make certain things happen?
Yes.
Who within the division would do that? Would it be the commanding officer at the time?
When the recommendations come from the, yes, it will be.
And I understand that's to be Dennis Daly now?
Yes.
And how is any progress tracked that H Division wants to make?
Well, similarly to what we did with the McNeil report, I'm sure that's been entered here as an exhibit, like the initiatives or recommendations that are complete. I would imagine similarly, that would be a good way to track implementations that are able to be completed within the division. So there's obviously going to be ones that are more national in scope, and not just for the RCMP, but for all policing. So I would imagine that there would be some sort of national tracking system for that.
In your experience, can the culture of the organization act as a barrier to implementing recommendations?
Not in my experience. I've always been involved with change within the RCMP. I mean, I joined over 36 years ago, so a lot has changed, you know, particularly for women in the RCMP. So I don't see a lot of barriers. I think there has been over the years, but I think that's much better.
When Chief Superintendent Leather testified on July 28th, and this would be at page 174 and 76 of his hearing transcript, he was having an exchange with the commissioners about change in the RCMP, and I understood him to be saying that if cultural change is needed within the RCMP, that a culture change would typically need to be nationally driven. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Who has the most influence on the mentality of RCMP members, do you think? Would it be the immediate supervising officers or senior officers in the division or the national leadership?
I think it can be all three. Based on my own experience, mentors that I had and respected had a lot of influence on me.
And would the attitude of immediate members towards the senior leadership affect the members' views of the senior leadership?
Sorry, I don't really understand
So
that
like if
question.
an immediate supervisor said, oh, this is what they're saying from Ottawa, but who cares? Or if they say, this is what our leadership is saying, that's really important, we need to do it.
That's what I would expect.
The latter?
The latter, yes.
Okay. And Chief Superintendent Leather also testified that accountability for implementing any recommendations coming out of this inquiry needs to be driven by policing standards and audits of police services by the provincial government. And that was in his testimony of July 28th at page 177. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Does the RCMP view it as mandatory to participate in provincial audits, or is that something that it does voluntarily?
Well, we didn't know whether, I didn't know whether it was mandatory or not, but we always participated in them.
Chief Superintendent Leather did testify that he felt at a certain point that the standards in Nova Scotia were not adequate, and therefore he was reluctant to participate in the audit process. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and that was a recent audit, and I know that the Department of Justice is working with the policing agencies in Nova Scotia to develop policing standards. So it was the thought within, I know in the criminal operations, that let's get our policing standards in place and then do appropriate audits so that at least we have a matrix in place.
And when you say Department of Justice in that context, you're referring to Department of Justice Nova Scotia?
Yes, I am.
Can the province compel the RCMP to make operational changes as a result of an audit, or would that be something that would need to be done voluntarily by H Division or ordered by national headquarters to H Division?
The province could do that, and working with and consultation with the policing agencies within Nova Scotia and the RCMP, obviously.
Can you give the commissioners a sense of how the RCMP as an institution learns?
By, after action reviews, but I think the work of the commission here is going to be extremely important for not only the RCMP learning, but all policing agencies.
So that's where feedback might come from, but then how, if at all, is it then absorbed and translated into change?
Yes, it is. And I'll give you an example of, obviously not the scope of this commission, but the McNeil report that was taken very seriously post recommendations, and the implementation of those recommendations were taken very seriously and implemented in the division and across the country.
Do you think the RCMP is open to learning from past mistakes and feedback?
Yes.
In terms of accountability to the public, was H Division during your tenure free to communicate to the media as it saw fit, or was that controlled by national headquarters?
It was both. In the aftermath of the mass casualty, certainly.
We did already talk in your interview about the April 28th, 2020 press conference and the meeting afterwards with Commissioner Lucky, but we didn't talk about the Fifth Estate interview that was contemplated for the fall of 2020. Do you recall that September of 2020, you approved then Superintendent Campbell appearing in an episode of the Fifth Estate, and maybe we can just show that approval to see if it refreshes your memory. It's COM 00548815. Is that already an exhibit, Madam Registrar?
That's Exhibit 4142.
This is an email chain, and at the top you're approving a request, and it's from Ms. Scanlon, who is the H Division Director of Communications. She says she's attaching a draft for your approval. And if we could just look at the attachment, it's COM 0037889.
That's 4143.
This is a communications brief, and so these are the approvals needed, your own Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, Superintendent Campbell. And this is in support of
Yes.
Superintendent Campbell appearing on the show. And did that then have to go to national headquarters for approval?
Through Leah Scanlon's office as the Director of Communications, she would work directly with communications at national headquarters.
And why did you feel it was a good idea for Superintendent Campbell to participate?
Well, again, getting more accurate information out into the public, I think was important. The Fifth Estate is a reputable news documentary series. And I relied too on Leah Scanlon's recommendations, and that's her expertise, but also our faith in with Superintendent Campbell, now Chief Superintendent Campbell, and his skills and abilities to be able to sit through an interview and share the information that he could without jeopardizing the investigation. We thought it would be beneficial.
Did you not have the
Sorry,
attempt?
sorry, Ms. Young. I just saw you now, Mr. Pinio. Did you have? Oh, thanks for letting us know. Sorry about that.
Just in case anyone didn't hear what Mr. Pinio said, apparently some people are having trouble hearing the witness. I believe that the staff is just going to take a moment and look into that.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Young, and of course, let us know again, Mr. Pinio, if there's a problem.
Perhaps we'll just do a quick recap of what you were just saying in case people didn't hear it. And so we're looking at a communications brief, which is from your communications director at H Division, recommending that then Superintendent Campbell, now Chief Superintendent Campbell, Darren Campbell, participate in an interview with the Fifth Estate about the mass casualty events. And you indicated you had approved that. It had to go to national headquarters for approval. And so my next question was, did you not have the autonomy to decide this yourself?
I certainly thought I did, but the circumstances of this event, I don't know who made the decision in Ottawa. I think it was probably collective, I don't know. But we were told that this would not be a good idea.
So just to refresh your memory, we do have email correspondence at the time that Commissioner Lucky decided H Division could not participate. And then you forwarded this decision on I think September 28th or 29th, 2020. Can we see the email that's COM 0054839, please?
And that's Exhibit 4144.
This is just a cover email, so we'll look at what it was covering. This is September 28th, 2020. And from you to Dennis Daly saying, FYI, we'll call you. So at that time, what role was Dennis Daly in?
Dennis Daly was Assistant Commissioner in contract and Indigenous policing in Ottawa. So he worked directly under Deputy Brennan.
And so contract policing covers when the RCMP is in a role as provincial police force,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
And if we can see the attachment, it's COM 0054840.
And that's Exhibit 4145.
If we can just scroll down. This is email from the journalist. Whoops. So Jennifer Clark, she was a RCMP communications person?
Yes.
And was she at H Division or national headquarters?
H Division.
Okay, and then scrolling up. So So here it's saying that the request had actually been accepted and the date for the meeting had been set for September 29th, and then they were told it was canceled. And it was, sorry, can we scroll down to the bottom of this one? This is Gillian Finley from the CBC writing to Commissioner Lucky. And then can we scroll up from there? And then you forwarded that, or sorry, that was forwarded from Darren Campbell to Chris Leather. So these are emails that were happening at the time. And then just if you can look at another email, Comm 0054861.
That's already been marked Exhibit 3914.
So let's scroll down a bit more. So in the middle of this chain, so this is the same email at the bottom here from Gillian Finley to Commissioner Lucky, but then immediately above that we have Commissioner Lucky's reply. And so there's Commissioner Lucky telling Gillian Finley they would not be participating. And then immediately above that, we have Ms. Finley's reply to Commissioner Lucky, expressing frustration about the cancellation. And then if we can scroll up from there, so there's forwarded by Darren Campbell, it says FYSA. What does that stand for?
For your situational awareness.
So situational awareness, meaning so you know what's going on kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. And then you replied to him, Chris Leather and Leah Scanlon, saying, saw that coming as soon as I read the commissioner's response.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And so does that refresh your memory as to whose decision it was to cancel the Fifth Estate interview?
I'm not sure that it was hers alone.
Okay. So the
I'm not
commissioner,
sure.
commissioner communicated it, but you're saying she may have had input into that decision?
Yes.
Did you agree with that decision?
No.
And was it up for debate? Could you disagree at that point and try to convince her otherwise?
Well, I definitely spoke with Deputy Brennan, but it wasn't up for debate.
What did you mean there when you said you saw that coming?
Because the commissioner referred to Gillian Finley as Mr. Finley, where she's clearly a female reporter. So I thought that was obviously going to be annoying to Gillian Finley. So that's what I meant by that.
Sorry, Ms. Young, the sound now is only coming through these speakers when you're talking, and Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's voice is a bit off from the front of the stage now, so if maybe we could have tech address that. Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm advised there are adjustments happening in real time. Ms. Bergerman, can you just say hello and see if this sound is any better? Just say anything so we can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Testing.
Hello, testing.
Is that better? All right, thank you. And please, anyone let me know if the problem continues. In a press conference on December 4th, 2020, I could take you to it. I don't think I need to, but just for reference, it's in Comm 0057762, which is an appendix to the foundational document about public communications, which is already an exhibit. And at page 87, we have Superintendent Campbell saying that the RCMP would refrain from further commenting on these matters outside the inquiry. Do you recall that?
No, I would have to see the documents.
All right, can we see that document, please, Madam Registrar? It was page 87. Keep going, I think. Oh. No, okay, it must be higher. We could keep scrolling up, please.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
the
just,
December 4th press conference.
Who's the author of this?
This is, the commission created it, but it's cut and pasted from transcripts of various press conferences. So they were all put together in one place for convenience.
Okay, so I haven't seen that document.
So just to show you, so just a paragraph 37 there. So it's actually page 85, not 87.
Okay.
This is a statement by Superintendent Campbell, and he's already testified about it. I don't think there's any dispute that this is what he said on that day. So if we can just scroll down a bit more, he's saying charges are laid. And if we can keep going down. And it's just at the bottom of paragraph 37 there. So on page 86, it says that the RCMP will respectfully refrain from further comment on these matters outside of the inquiry.
Yes,
So
okay.
my question to you is, whose decision was that to stop communicating to the media outside of the inquiry?
Collectively within the division, because we had the charges laid, but we also had the knowledge of this inquiry that was going to be happening. So we decided we wouldn't be speaking any further about it.
And so you agreed with that decision?
Yes,
And that was not a direction from national headquarters?
no.
Okay. Turning then to the psychological autopsy of the perpetrator.
Yes.
The commission's already seen this document. There's a summary that was prepared that's COM 0059942. This is a report dated June 3rd, 2020. You're familiar with that document?
Yes.
What was the purpose of it?
The investigative team, and I think the commission has already heard this, that Dr. Logan works for our behavioral science unit in the RCMP in Ottawa.
You're referring to Matt Logan, who's
Yes.
the author of the report?
Yes. And it was requested, my understanding, and I'm sure that Chief Superintendent Campbell explained it, that it was a request from the investigative team to have a comprehensive analysis of the perpetrator done by that behavioral science unit.
Was it intended to be impartial, like an expert psychological report in court?
No.
How common is this type of report?
This was a pretty extensive report. I am familiar with reports that are similar, but probably not as extensive for that unit to do on other perpetrators, like threat assessments they would do. For example, a recent one would be a threat against a police officer. So that unit would do an assessment of the person doing the threat, making the threats.
Typically, whose decision is it to request a report like this?
Typically, it would be the investigative team or the investigator seeking to understand a person or a target better.
In this case, do you recall whose decision it was? Do you know whose decision it was to request it?
Directly, no, but it's my understanding it's the investigative team, the command triangle.
Was it intended for public consumption?
Well, I don't think that it was not going to be disclosed, knowing that any documentation that went on a file would be subject to disclosure, but it was never going to be used like in a court proceeding.
Superintendent Campbell did refer to it in a press conference that he did with you on June 4th, 2020. Can we see COM 0057762, please? I think it's at page 72. We'll see. What are the qualifications of Matt Logan while we wait for the document to come up?
Well, he's obviously a psychologist with a doctorate. He has an extensive resume. I don't know exactly. I'm sure it could be obtained from, or for the commission, but he's,
And he works for the RCMP, right?
Yes, he does.
And before he became a psychologist, was he an RCMP member?
years ago, yes.
So if we can scroll down a bit, stop, that's good. So this is on page 71 of the counter. This is Superintendent Campbell speaking. He says, behavioral analysts have shared some of their preliminary findings with the investigative team. In those findings, the gunman was described as what is called an, quote, injustice collector, end quote. One who held on to conflict or differences with others, turned them inward until they boiled over in rage. Some recipients of his wrath of violence were targeted for perceived injustices of the past. Others were reactive targets of his rage, and some were just random targets. And so you agree those statements in that paragraph, he's getting that from the report, right? From the psychological autopsy?
I'm not sure if he's getting them from a report in that or a briefing from that in behavioral science team.
But when he's talking about behavioral analysts, he's referring to their work. Is that
To the
what you
work
mean?
of Matt Logan and his team.
Okay. So that might have come from more of a briefing than the actual document?
I'm sorry.
When you say, so you mean it might have been them briefing him as opposed to him reading the report and choosing excerpts from it?
Right, because I don't believe the report came for quite some time after.
Okay.
And I know that the team was briefed on the findings of that behavioral science group.
I think we have the report dated June 3rd, and this is a June 4th press conference, so it would have been the next day. So do you recall how soon after it was completed
No.
each division received it?
No.
I'm going to show you some emails. There's COM 00522315, if that could be brought on screen and made an exhibit, please.
It's Exhibit 4146.
So lower down on the chain, we have Matt Logan emailing you, Janice Gray, Darren Campbell, and the subject line is media idea. And he's sending a global news article, and then he
Sorry,
So-
can you enlarge the document for us, please? Thank you.
suggests that it would be a good time to release the full psychological autopsy report in light of media criticism of the RCMP. And then if we scroll up, you replied and said, couldn't agree more. This is June 23rd, 2020. Have looped in Strat Comms, which that stands for Strategic Communications, right? Cindy Bayer and Crops Chris Leather. Open for discussion anytime. I know something is in the works this week. Haven't seen the final plan. So the psychological autopsy report formed part of the H. Strong investigation, right?
It was part of the of the investigation.
And what was the reason for considering the release of the report to the public at this time?
I think to understand the motivations of the perpetrator.
Was it motivated by a desire to change certain media narratives?
No, I think it was to, and I wasn't involved in the discussions, although I agreed with it, to better understand the motivation of the perpetrator and to get it out in the public based on Matt Logan and his team's analysis.
Is it normal practice for a psychologist working for the RCMP to conduct a psychological assessment and also to provide advice on when to release the report to the media?
I think it would be a case-by-case basis.
And he also interviewed Lisa Banfield as part of the report, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check whether he had run the idea of making the report public by the command triangle?
Well, he was working with Darren Campbell, so Darren Campbell is best to answer that question, but that would be the normal process.
Could we have the exhibit back up, please, Madam Registrar, 4146? And scroll down a bit, please. I just noticed that when he emails you, Janice Gray, and Darren Campbell, the email starts, "Good morning, my friends." Did you have a friendship with him outside of work?
No, but I have worked with him over the years. When I was at the Unsolved Homicide Unit in British Columbia, Matt Logan did a lot of work with us in undercover and our homicide investigations.
What would his role be in that capacity?
Advising us on how to best approach targets based on his analysis of who that individual was. And their homicide investigations, they're not like break and enters, or they're serious investigations. So he was a valuable resource in that regard.
And to your knowledge, had he previously worked with Janice Gray and Darren Campbell as well?
I believe so, because he worked a lot with a lot of us in BC.
Do you know if he had a social relationship with them outside of work?
No, I don't.
Now I'm going to ask you about the issues management team that was formed in the aftermath of the events. Commission's seen, I believe, already an email from Chief Superintendent Leather. So about 10 days after the events, April 29th, 2020, H Division set up this issues management team. Does that sound about right to you?
Yes.
And why was it set up in your mind?
Well, for me, a number of issues were identified early on after the mass casualty. And like I said in my interview, for example, decommissioning of police cars, decommissioning of police uniforms, alert ready. I know there was a list. And so we thought it would be important for a team to flush out these issues. And I gave the example during my interview that, yes, we all know that we decommission old police cars, but I really didn't understand the process. I know it was done with our fleet people and Surplus Canada, and then they sell these cars off. But I really didn't understand the process. I had a basic understanding, but I thought it was important for everybody to understand how that's done. Same with police uniforms, like what's the policy and how are we disposing of police uniforms? And the alert ready, for example, exploring why not and should we, and to have that flushed out. And it's my understanding that we now have, well, for one, we haven't been selling any more police cars. And we have new policy around disposing of uniforms and also alert ready in dynamic police situations. So in my mind, that was an important part of their work, because we didn't have people or a team that could do that kind of work for us. We didn't have the capacity. So that was the idea. And I know that Chris Leather, because of the conversation on April 28th in discussions with myself, thought it would be important to have somebody that could flesh all these things out, but also have more timely communication, or help us with more timely communication, not only with the public, but with national headquarters.
So to brief up to Ottawa, in other words.
And the public.
Yeah. Okay, so can we see COM 0035705, please?
And that's been previously marked Exhibit 3991.
3991? Thank you. This is if you scroll, well, actually, yeah, there at the bottom is the first email. So that's from Chris Leather to Dennis Daly. So this, if you scroll to the top, you can see the emails are from April 29th, 2020. So the day after that meeting with Commissioner Lucky. And he says, it became very clear during our TC, meaning telephone call, I assume, with the commissioner and deputy commissioner yesterday evening that we are not meeting their reporting requirements / needs. Very soon we'll need input and support from C&IP, that's Contract and Indigenous Policing, right?
Yes.
On the myriad of current and future issues. And then later, we are constructing issues management team in the division and have drafted in Superintendents Demopoulos from J Division and Santos Suoso from B Division, given their historical involvement in Moncton and IHIT/MTU to assist and oversee this. So you agree that then the part of the initial reason for forming the INT was to staff the task of reporting up to national headquarters?
It was part of it, but not the, in my view, what their priority would be or priorities should be. I mean, obviously that would be helpful, but the issues, we had a list of them, and I know I think that's been entered as an exhibit. There was an initial list of issues that we had identified that needed to be fleshed out.
Right, but just the night before, Commissioner Lucky had
Yeah.
been expressing frustration at the lack of timely communication from H Division, right? And part of the reason to brief national headquarters would be to allow national headquarters and the commissioners to in turn brief up from there, right?
Well, this is on the heels of the April 28th call, and there was clear frustration because obviously there was some communication that she thought was accurate, and it wasn't. So this was something that Chris Leather, after that call, was trying to develop ways in which we could be better in our communication with national headquarters. That was part of it.
So this issues management team was staffed by a group of officers, including the 2 superintendents from out of province that I mentioned in the email.
Eventually.
And you told us some of the issues that were looked at, and were those issues for the RCMP because they had implications for how the RCMP might be perceived or criticism that it might encounter?
Well, that certainly wasn't my intention or the team's intention. It was, we had these issues that clearly needed to be explained to the public and needed to be explained with accuracy. So that was the importance of that team, part of it. And then it morphed and became H Strong 2.
And why and when did that change happen?
Upon arrival of John Robin, because it took on more of a active role in being the team that would be facilitating all things for this mass casualty commission.
Can we please see COM 0020276?
And that's been marked Exhibit 3992.
This is an email from Cindy Bayers, May 6, 2020, saying that all media responses, can you read that all right, Ms. Bergman? Can we make it
Yes.
a little bit bigger, please?
A little bit bigger would be helpful.
All media responses related to H-Strong, not directly related to the investigation, should be approved by Superintendents Demopoulos or Santos Suoso or Chief Superintendent Leather. So why did the IMT become involved in managing media statements?
For accuracy of the work that they were doing. That's my understanding of that email.
And your spouse, Mike Butcher, was appointed to this team?
Yes.
And Deputy Commissioner Brennan said in his commission witness interview that no other candidates were considered for this position. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Were you involved in the hiring?
No.
Are you aware of a competition having been posted for that position?
No.
And so at the time, Mr. Butcher would have been collecting a pension from his time at the RCMP and being paid on contract for this work?
No, he was working for, at the time, he was working for remotely E-Division major crime while he was here in Nova Scotia. And he was being paid by E-Division major crime.
So it was more like a secondment?
That was
rather-
my understanding.
Not coming back from retirement to work?
No.
Okay. Can we see COM 00397111, please?
That's Exhibit 4147.
This is the RCMP Administrative Manual, Chapter 17.1, Conflict of Interest. Are you familiar with this document?
No.
You're familiar that the RCMP has conflict of interest policies?
Yes.
And this is national policy. If we can go down to 9.2.1, please. There. That's on page 10 of the counter under employee. And 9.2.1 says, do not give preferential treatment or advantage to family, friends, or any other person or entity.
Yes.
And then 9.2.2 says, avoid hiring or directly supervising members of your family or any person with whom you have or have had a personal relationship in order to avoid a conflict of interest. Did you think that applied in this case?
Well, upon reflection, yes, but certainly at the time, there was no intention to, I was not involved in any hiring of Mike Butcher. I think probably you're going to have witnesses testifying that have a better idea of how that all came to pass. But of course, upon reflection, it was not a good decision.
The policies, whose decision was it?
To hire again, I believe it was with criminal operations. He
Chris
did-
Leather?
Yes.
So the policy goes on to say what you're supposed to do if there is someone hired, like to advise someone, but you were the boss of H Division. So did you notify anyone about this potential conflict of interest?
No.
And who did Mr. Butcher, or what was his rank at the time?
Public service employee.
Oh, he's a civilian?
Yes.
Okay, so who did he report to during his time on the issues management team?
I don't have any direct knowledge of that, but you had Costa Demopoulos and Derek Santasosa and Chris Leather. And then eventually he would have reported to John Robin.
So Chris Leather and John Robin led the issues management team?
Eventually John Robin did. Chris Leather, no, I think initially it was his concept, but he had Derek Santasosa and Costa Demopoulos do it.
So maybe not day to day, but they did report to him, right?
They reported to Chris Leather.
And then Chris Leather reported to you.
Yes.
So ultimately you were an indirect supervisor of Mike Butcher at the time.
Well,
right?
no, I didn't have anything to do with his supervision.
You weren't directing his day-to-day work?
No.
Right. So you did say in your commission interview that there was this research function of the issues management team. We don't need to bring it up, but just again, for the record, the transcript is COM 0062441, and the references to the research function are at pages 55, 56, 60, and 61. And you talked about how you wanted to find out more about these various issues, right? Or you wanted the IMT to do that. Was the purpose of that research to, rather than learning from it, control the public perception of the RCMP with respect to those issues?
No.
Another thing Superintendent Demopoulos did was he sent emails to RCMP each division members asking for feedback about the events and the response and their thoughts on that. Do you know who asked him to do that and why?
No. I'm not even sure I've seen that email.
Chief Superintendent Leather said not much came of it. There were a handful of responses, so you're not able to speak to that?
No.
We'll just have a look at one response, which is COM 0062679.
That'll be marked Exhibit 4148.
So the commission asked for responses to Superintendent Demopoulos' emails. This is the only one that the Attorney General of Canada has supplied to date. It said that it was the only one they could find. We've subpoenaed all of them, so I believe they're continuing to look. So you haven't seen this before?
No.
Okay. And the identity of the responder and the detachment are redacted. Commission Council disagrees with those redactions and will be asking the commissioners to resolve it if this can't be resolved on consent. So if we just scroll down to number 4, this member who appears to have had some involvement in the event says on the topic of containment, to be blunt, containment of the scene was not done. Did that feedback ever make its way back to you?
Well, obviously, this goes back to the what we learned later about what we called the Blueberry Field or the Blueberry Trail. But that's obviously part of that. I don't know who wrote this. I've never seen this document before.
And you don't know why Superintendent Demopoulos was sending out these questions?
No.
So as far as you know, it was not in lieu of a more formal review, for example?
Not that I'm aware of. I can't speak to it.
I'm going to move on to after action reports and reviews then, because we've heard about various thoughts or attempts for the RCMP internally to look at what happened. And it seems like there are variations on the same theme or possibilities to look at different aspects of a response. So broadly speaking, how would you define an after action report?
Broadly speaking, would be a team of individuals to do a after action review of an event or an investigation or a call, an ERT call out or a critical incident call out. An active action review would be kind of an analysis of what happened, and if we can learn any best practices or change something that maybe didn't go right, that would be that's a very broad view of it.
What went well, what didn't, and so on?
Of course.
And would you think the sooner the better for that to happen?
Well, it depends. If there's an investigation ongoing, and I would suggest that you wait till after the investigation to have a review, and then it would depend on what kind of review you're doing. Are you asking about a specific?
For the moment, just asking the general question, then I'll ask you about the different ones that we've heard about.
Okay, so that would be my answer, is that it would depend on the situation of whatever the review that you were considering.
So different types of reviews we've heard about are the possibility of an after action report of the whole H-Strong investigation is number 1. Number 2 is a NOISIP review, which is the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices. So that would be more of an investigative file assessment.
Yes.
Okay. Third, we've heard about an attempt to ask for a review of the critical incident response only.
Yes.
Then we've seen at least a draft after action report of the emergency response team's response. Then number 5, there's a draft response of the EMERT, the emergency medical response team. Then 6, there's this review or question sent out by Superintendent Demopoulos, which appears to be an informal attempt to get feedback from members. So those are 6 different things. And then this also does not include which are more workplace type investigations, the ESDC and the Hoyt investigations, which I gather are still ongoing. Does that cover the universe of types of reviews that you're aware of that have been contemplated with respect to the mass casualty events internally to the RCMP?
That I'm aware of.
Or I
yes.
guess the last 2 aren't internal to the RCMP, but
Yep.
they're internal to the federal government. Okay, so starting with the first one, an after action report of the entire H-Strong investigation. In his interview, Deputy Commissioner Brennan said that this was the responsibility of the division to prepare. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but this division currently, well, certainly when I was there, wouldn't have the capacity to do that. And I believe that it was too early to do it because we didn't have, the investigation was still ongoing and we still had charges before the court. So an after action review, like an overarching one, might be something that should be considered now or in the near future.
So you never asked for an overall after action report of the H-Strong
No.
investigation? Okay. And now Chief Superintendent Campbell said he didn't think H Division in any event would be capable of being emotionally distant enough to conduct such a review. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Did you consider whether an after action report was necessary?
Not while I was still the CO. Certainly something that could be done after the inquiry, but I didn't consider it.
Were you concerned about initiating an after action report that could expose errors that could be used against the RCMP in subsequent litigation?
No.
Turning then to the second type of review that we've heard talk of, a NOISIP review. So is that the same thing as an after action report of the whole H-Strong investigation, or is it something different?
So the NOISUP is the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices, and some divisions have their own OISP teams, and it's they're more doing a review of the investigative file and offering recommendations and ways forward.
And could it be used, for example, if an investigation gets stuck and a case is turning cold, like brainstorming for leads and things like that?
Yes.
And so H Division doesn't have one, so it would, any reviews like that would go to the national?
Or another division who has a team and has the capacity.
Are you aware of a review like that having been initiated with respect to H-Strong?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you aware of a NOISIP review being started for the H-Strong response?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And would you expect to have been made aware if that happened while you were commanding officer?
Yes?
Is it possible to bring up COM 0036667, Madam Registrar?
That's Exhibit 4149.
This is a letter dated August 14th, 2020 to Inspector Murray Marchichu, who is the OIC of Major Crime, and BSG. What does BSG stand for?
Behavioral Science Group. Sorry, what are you asking about?
What BSG stands for?
I'm not sure what you're looking at. I can't.
Oh, just his, the address there under Inspector Marchichu, his title.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's the officer in charge of major crimes and the Behavioral Science Group.
Okay. So this appears to be a mandate letter. It says the Office of the Investigative Standards and Practices has been requested to conduct a major case management based investigative file assessment on Project Strong, which gather is H strong. And the bottom of that first paragraph, it says, the review will focus on the point in time when the investigative team took over from the critical incident command. Were you aware of this letter? Did you know about it?
No.
And why would it go to Inspector Martucci and not to you?
Who is it from?
Can we scroll down to the bottom, please? Signed by Inspector Kim Hopkins from NOISIP.
Because he's the officer in charge of major crime, and so the investigative team working on H Strong works under him.
And Inspector Martucci never told you about this?
No. But that, this would be not unusual. I mean, that's a discussion between two officer in charge of, she's in charge of the National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices, and he's the officer in charge of major crime for H Division. So that would be a normal flow of communication. Myself and Chief Superintendent Leather, eventually one would hope that we would be advised if a team was coming to our division. Well, obviously we would know that to perform this function.
Could we scroll up a little bit, please, Madam Registrar? It says in that first paragraph that the review is scheduled for September through to November 2020. So I take it you don't know if that ever took place?
No, I'm not sure, but COVID and COVID protocols and restrictions could have had a play in that. I'm not sure.
Can we see COM 00433946, please? And can that be made an exhibit?
Can you provide the COM number again? Sorry.
00433946.
I don't seem to have that
Okay.
document, sorry.
Okay, it's not a document you authored. We'll find the document number referenced later. It's on the list for Commissioner Lucky's documents. It's a briefing note from Commissioner Lucky to the minister dated December 4th, 2020, which is the day that charges were laid in this case. And on page 2 under strategic considerations, it says that there is a NOISIP review of H Strong, which is ongoing. So you were not aware of it at that time either? Because that, according to the mandate letter, it should have been over by then, but it says it's ongoing December 4th, 2020.
Yeah,
So.
no, I'm not aware of it. And that's communication with the commissioner and public safety minister.
Yeah. Yes.
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And can we see COM 0008669, please?
That's Exhibit 4150.
This is a situation report, and if we can just, so it's an update to CNIP in Ottawa from H Division. If we can go down to the bottom to see who authored that and the date. So this is submitted by Corporal Jamie Lutz. Who's that?
She was working in H Strong 2.
Okay, so she's from the issues management team.
Yeah, she
or-
came on once, or no, she was there before John Robin, but yeah, she was part initially at the issues management team.
And then it's signed by John Robin and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, January 18th, 2021. So would you normally be copied on situation reports from H Division to Ottawa?
Not normally.
Okay, so if we can scroll back up.
I'm wondering, this went to CNIP.
Yes.
So that would be going to Assistant Commissioner Daly. And I wouldn't necessarily be copied on this situational report unless it was going to the deputy or the commissioner.
There's some redactions imposed by the Attorney General for Canada there. The third bullet point down from the redactions says, RCMP, National Office of Investigative Standards and Practices, NOICIP, has stopped their review of Operation H-Strong following the recent charges. Once the court proceedings are completed, NOICIP will resume and complete their review. So you didn't know that was
No.
happening either?
No,
And do you know now that charges have stopped whether this review is continued?
I can't speak to that.
Another form of review we've seen, the third one, is a draft request for a review of the critical incident response sent by Darren Campbell, Chris Leather, and John Robin, March 29th, 2021, to Inspector Jamie Salem in Ottawa. That's SOLESME. You're aware of that one?
I haven't seen it. I was
We-
aware of the concept.
I'll just bring up, we have an associated email chain, but the draft document that we have right now is Comm 60017, which is Exhibit 3989. And the related emails, just for the record, are Exhibits 3987, 3988, and 3990. And so you see this, who it's from at the top, who it's to. The date is March 29th, 2021, and it's requesting a review. You can, if you want to take a minute to read that. Have you seen this document before?
No, but I was aware of the concept
You're
behind it
aware of
and
it.
supported it,
You
yes.
supported it? And
Yes.
can we scroll down to the bottom? So it's unsigned.
Yeah.
You weren't copied on it, but you
No.
would have known about it at the time.
I didn't know about the letter. I'm not even sure it was sent to anyone. But I certainly understood the concept of it at the time and supported the request.
And we did already talk about it in your witness interview, which we don't need to look at, but it's COM 62441 at pages 70 to 73. You said you supported it, it had been discussed with you, and you didn't know why the request itself wasn't formalized. So as far as we know, there was never a signed copy that was sent to Ottawa, and so you don't know anything about why that
No.
might be, right?
No.
And then you don't know who decided against it?
Not directly. I can't speak to that.
And you said in your interview at page 71 that the review was John Robbins' idea, right?
It was a concept that he came up with, I believe, in consultation with Chief Superintendent Campbell, but it was something that I discussed with John Robin.
Because I had understood from Chief Superintendent Campbell's evidence that it was his idea. Do you know for certain where the idea originated?
No,
And do you recall any discussions that there's a later email from May of 2021 where there's a discussion of narrowing the scope of the requested review? Do you recall any discussions about that? That, for example, it might have more of a chance of success of being approved as a review at the national level if the scope were narrower? Does that
no,
ring any bells?
I'm not
No?
aware of that.
Okay. The fourth type of review, which I want to ask you about, is the draft after action report of the ERT response. That's COM 54285, Exhibit P001445. Do you know whether this was finalized?
No, and I never saw a final draft of this.
Okay, So you don't know why that didn't move to its
Nope.
final stages? And if we can go to the end of the document, there are a number of, quote, gaps identified. And even if it wasn't finalized, are you aware of whether any of these identified gaps were acted upon as suggestions for improvement?
I can't speak to, I know that a number of issues as it relates to radios and encrypted and non-encrypted. And I believe there's a document that's been submitted by Chief Superintendent O'Malley, who has addressed some of the gaps that were identified early on. And I've seen the document by Chief Superintendent O'Malley, but I can't speak to the specifics. But I do know that they were working on filling these gaps early on.
This document from Chief Superintendent O'Malley, can you tell us more about it? What the date of it would have been?
It's something that was a submission to, I think it's from July of this year, and it was a written submission based on questions from the commission.
Okay. The fifth form of review was the after action report of the RCMP EMERT team. That's COM 00542884. That's already an exhibit, Madam Registrar.
Yes, Exhibit 1127.
Was this a draft as well, or was this finalized?
I haven't seen this.
You've never
and
seen this
no,
before? So it was never presented to you as a suggestion for improvement?
No, and I'm not sure what the date, okay, so yeah, I'm not sure what the date is on this.
Can we scroll down to the bottom, please? The date of, I assume that's July 4th?
Yeah.
Must be July 4th, 2020?
And there's no signatures of any supervisors within like a criminal operations officer or in H division on this document?
So you're not aware whether it was finalized or put forward to
No.
anyone to take action?
No, one would expect that it would be signed off by the criminal operations officer for one, and Chief Superintendent Campbell.
So as far as you can tell, looking at this document, then it must not be a final version, right? And you're saying no?
No, I'm saying no, it wouldn't be a final if it's not signed off by anybody.
Can we just scroll up a little bit, please, Madam Registrar? So there are some recommendations made here. To your knowledge, then these were never brought forward or acted upon?
I can't speak to that.
And then the sixth form of review was the one we talked about with Superintendent Demopoulos, but you don't know anything about that one, I guess?
No.
Okay. And then I guess it would be 7 and 8. They're not internal RCMP reviews, but there's a ESDC, which is, I think it's, I forget what it stands for, Employment Development Standards, something like that. But it's
Yes.
Essentially workplace safety investigation. And so what is that about? And do you know where that's at or where it was at when you left?
It was ongoing when I left, and I'm not sure that it's been completed yet. I haven't been advised one way or the other.
I believe that's ongoing as well. And there's a Hoyt review, HOIT. What's
Yeah.
that one?
That one, I'm not sure that one's been completed either.
So of all these various things we talked about, there hasn't been one that's been finished in action to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, no.
Did you ever sit down and look at all the various ways that there could be internal reviews of various pieces of the response to the mass casualty and try to coordinate them or discuss with national headquarters how they could be best coordinated and at what time it would be most appropriate to do them?
The only one that I had conversations with national headquarters, and that would have been Dennis Staley, was the critical incident review. And that was very early on, long before that letter was written, on what myself and Chief Superintendent Rodman thought would be a good idea to have an independent experts in critical incident response kind of do a tabletop exercise based on a scenario that was similar. These were just kind of ideas, didn't have anything on paper, or just ideas that we floated with national headquarters. And at the time, Assistant Commissioner Daly thought it was a good idea, but I'm not sure why it was never actioned. Could be, well, I'm not going to even speculate. I think it's best to ask those that made that decision as to why not.
My understanding is that Chief Superintendent Campbell ideally wanted that critical incident response review to be done by people who were critical incident commanders, but from outside the division. Is that something that's theoretically possible?
Yes, but you would definitely need the support of national headquarters to facilitate that. And also we were looking more having some independence, like critical incident commanders with vast experience from different police forces, ideally.
I'm going to turn to H Division leadership issues now.
Yes.
When did you first join H Division?
I came to H Division in May 2016 as the officer in charge of Halifax District.
And were you promoted within Halifax District prior to becoming Assistant Commissioner or prior to becoming Commanding Officer of H Division?
I came to Nova Scotia because I was promoted to the position of the Chief Superintendent Halifax District.
That was the Chief Superintendent. So is that the equivalent of what Janice Gray was?
Yes, I was in Janice Gray's position, and when I became the commanding officer, she became the OIC of Halifax District.
And when did you become Commanding Officer?
I started January 7th, 2019.
So between that date and April 18th, 2020, how would you describe the relationship between the senior officers in H Division?
I would describe the relationship as good. There were some conflict, nothing that I saw as serious at the time. And early on in my tenure in the division, and we had a lot of new officers coming in, we did an educational retreat with the officers of the division. So in order to get to know each other, we did team building exercises, but we also had outside people come in and talk about leadership and team building concepts to build a strong management team.
And Chief Superintendent Leather came in as Crops Officer in the fall of 2019, is
Yes.
that right? And do you recall when Superintendent Campbell took on the role as SSO? Was
I
it
can't-
before or after you became Commanding Officer?
After.
So there were a number of new people in those key leadership roles,
Yes.
right? How would you describe the relationship between the RCMP and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice prior to the events?
I would describe it as good.
And what about relations with municipal police forces in the province or regional police forces?
Prior to the event, I would
Yes.
describe as good and collaborative.
Do you think there were any interpersonal issues or organizational relationship issues that affected the response to the mass casualty events?
No, I don't. I think it's important to know that the leadership team here was probably some of the strongest, most capable police officers I've worked with.
Did the relationships between the senior officers, the municipal chiefs, and the province change after the events?
I would say yes.
Can you tell us more about that?
Well, I believe, and it was apparent that it became popular to distance yourself from the RCMP because we were receiving a lot of criticism publicly. And there were times when there was an opportunity that certain chiefs would publicly say negative things. So that was the start of it. And I think too that the push for policing standards has caused a rift between the RCMP, the Department of Justice, and municipal policing agencies,
Why is that?
because there aren't any policing standards and there's a push on to have. Certainly we have been pushing for it because we have policing standards in a number of divisions throughout the country. And it's important for a division and a province to have policing standards that everybody follows.
Why would that cause a rift?
Because we have policing standards, the RCMP, and we wanted policing standards, and you would have to ask a municipal police chief why that might cause problems, because with policing standards comes specialized units, ERT teams, all of which are cost prohibitive for a lot of municipalities. And I also think that some of the municipal chiefs were, I don't know if you want to call it upset, but the RCMP was starting to track financially expenditures that were being expended in municipalities that we don't police. So for example, units or agencies that don't have specialized units like an ERT or an undercover team, water recovery team, then we would go into those communities with those resources, but we don't get any extra funding for that. So that comes directly out of our budget. So in the last year, maybe 6 months that I was there, we started tracking what we were expending in municipalities that aren't RCMP, like for example, a Truro or a Bridgewater, one of those communities. And I think that caused some concern and concerns from the chiefs, because they were concerned that they were going to start getting billed for services, but really they've never been billed to my knowledge, certainly when I was there. And it was important for us because every year we started off with a deficit. It was important for us as the RCMP to be able to track and tell our story to the province as to why we're in a deficit, because we weren't always spending money within our own policing jurisdictions. So I think that contributed to that. And I also think there was personalities conflicts with some of the chiefs and some of our members.
How was the morale at H Division after the events?
It got bad because, well, obviously it was traumatic, but the negative press was very traumatic.
What about specifically with commissioned officers at H Division?
What's the question?
The morale of senior officers.
Oh, like they say a year after, there was a lot of burnout with the officers of H Division. We had a number of our key senior people who were off-duty sick. And a lot of our commissioned officers were doing 3 jobs.
In your witness interview, we talked about a wellness assessment
Yes.
that you told us you initiated. That's in your interview at pages 131 to 132. The document is COM 0062465. This is a redacted summary of the H Division Wellness Report by Quintet Consulting. Oh, you don't have that? Okay. Well, I'll ask that it be made an exhibit, but we can't bring it on screen. Okay.
It's Exhibit 4151.
I'll just note, Commission Council disagrees with most of the redactions that are on this document and has applied to commissioners to unredact it according to Rule 19 and that the commissioners order it to be produced to the commission. So you said in your interview that commissioning this report was your idea, and why was that?
Well, it wasn't, this is not, certainly wasn't what I was seeking. So I had a handful of officers come to me about their health and wellness, burnout, succession planning, and looking for some sort of, assistance and how to manage this. And concerning, obviously. So I went to Deputy Brennan and explained that I had these senior officers who were burning out, who, were suffering. And, and I was looking to him for strategies. And so like I was thinking was, can we bring in independent people to help us with health and wellness, mental health, and at the senior officer level, and what does that look like? And also succession planning interviews, because a number of the people that spoke to me about their wellness were burnt out and were looking to get transferred out of the division, but not tomorrow, like a succession planning plan. So I went to Deputy Brennan with that. And he, he said, maybe we can find a independent company that could help us, work through this thing. And he said that he was going to be talking to the Chief Human Resource Officer, Gail Johnson, because she has experience in that. So I don't know what those discussions look like. But I know that they eventually came out with this health and wellness plan with this company, Quintet. And I was looking more for strategies and coping mechanisms.
When was your conversation with Deputy Brennan? When did you first raise it with him?
I would have to look at my notes. And I would also have to look at my notes because it was right on the heels of when these handful of officers came to me.
It would have been in 2020 though, right?
I can't say for sure. I think actually it could have been 2021.
And if
Can't say for
so-
sure.
Okay, if so, it would have been early of 2021?
Yes, because I think we ended up doing the interviews in July of 2021 for that Quintet company.
How did you feel you were doing yourself in the aftermath of the events?
Okay.
Were you aware of any senior officers having concerns about your performance?
No,
Specifically absenteeism, for example?
no,
And if someone said that, would you agree with that?
no,
Were you aware of any of your senior officers making complaints about you to Deputy Brennan after the events?
yes.
Can you tell us about what you know about that?
He called me and said that, and this would be in the fall,
Of 2020?
I believe so, and said that there had been some complaints about me. And I completely disagreed with them and suggested that he come to the division, not only to talk to other officers, but I also thought it was important for him to come and touch base with, because we had fisheries disputes going on here that was monumental events. And we had a number of members from other divisions that were supporting us. So I thought it would be important for him to come down and touch base with that group.
So it was your idea for him to come to H Division?
Yes.
And did he tell you who complained about you?
No, he did not.
So he did come to visit in October of 2020, right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you tell other people at H Division that he was there for?
I told them, I didn't say too much, only that he wanted to come and touch base with officers in the division, and that I encouraged them to talk with him and be open and honest about what they thought and how they felt.
How did you feel he was received by members of H Division or officers when he came?
I later learned not very well.
Did you understand why that might be?
Well, his intentions were genuine, and he was just trying to do kind of a fact-based, exploratory visit. So not really, but I later learned that people were upset.
The commission interviewed Inspector Rob Bell, for example. He talked about not feeling happy about that visit because he felt that it was, national headquarters coming in, especially because people had got word of that April 20th meeting and kind of, coming in, especially since Deputy Brennan was formerly of H Division, and implying that this would not all have happened the way it did if he was still CO. Did you take it that way?
Not at all.
Okay. And so what conversations did you have with Deputy Brennan while he was there?
Well, after he interviewed people, him and I went on the road to go and visit with the different areas down in Southwest Nova, where we had all these members from different divisions supporting the public safety part of the fisheries dispute. I think at the time we probably had 30 police officers here from other divisions supporting us. And so we went down and did detachment visits in Southwest Nova. And then we got back to our headquarters. He sat down with Chief Superintendent Leather and I and talked about priorities and strategic ways forward, and on working on relationships with the partners and the indigenous communities, and that we would continue to have discussions going forward.
Did he talk to you and Chief Superintendent Leather about your relationship with each other and how it needed to be improved?
Sorry?
Did Deputy Chief Brennan speak to you and Chief Superintendent Leather about your relationship with each other and that it needed to improve?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall him telling you both that you needed to take your annual vacation leave?
He told myself and he told, Chris, that we needed to take a week off.
I don't recall you mentioning his visit of October 2020 in your commission interview. Was there a reason for that?
No, I just didn't know it was something that was it was kind of a performance management issue. I didn't know it was part of this commission.
How was the relationship between you and Chief Superintendent Leather?
Good.
Did you ever feel that it was not good and affected your work?
No.
So you were aware that this consultant's report was ordered, right?
Yes.
And the consultants ended up reporting to, was it Deputy Chief Brennan or the Chief Human Resources Officer?
Both, my understanding.
But not to you.
Not to me.
You weren't directing their work?
No, but we were told, because I made an inquiry with Deputy Brennan as to if we would get a copy of the report. And I was told that we would get a executive summary of the report.
And did you?
No,
Were you ever told why not?
no,
Were you ever told it was done?
no.
Did you ask to see the results?
Well, I think to be fair, the interviews were done July 2021. And my last day at work was October 2021. So I'm not even sure the report was done.
The report was, the one we have, the summary was dated September of 2021. So
September, yeah, no,
was
so I
when-
never saw it.
And you hadn't seen it until I showed parts of it to you on screen during your commission interview on August 2nd, 2022, right?
That's right, because I think it was dropped on the 28th of July.
Of
And then,
2022?
yes.
Dropped on
Meaning
the-
it was given to you, given to the commission, and then I was away and I never saw it until you showed me portions of it on the
And
2nd.
I think you said in your interview that the acting Assistant Commissioner John Ferguson, the acting CO of H Division, alerted you on that Friday before your interview,
Yes.
the 28th, that there would be things in there that
Yep.
were not flattering about you, for
Yes.
example? But he didn't send you a copy?
No, I had a copy from national headquarters, a redacted copy, but I couldn't, I was in the United States at the time and I couldn't open it in my, on my phone.
Have you ever seen the unredacted copy?
No,
And this is a summary. Have you ever seen a full report?
no,
Now that you've seen this redacted summary, was this what you had in mind when you asked for a wellness assessment?
no.
How does it differ from what you thought it would be?
Well, as I said, I was looking for what strategies can we put in place to help people heal? Do we do team building? Do we go on retreats? Do we bring in psychologists? Do we bring in extra members to support the officers that were here? That's what I was looking for. And I also wanted succession planning interviews. These people had requested them. And so I asked for that. So that was done eventually. People weren't transferred very quickly, but practically that didn't make sense either, having your management team transfer out. But that's what I was looking for.
Did you have any say in the questions the consultants asked people?
No,
Did you answer any questions yourself?
yes,
So was that an in-person meeting or virtual? Did they come?
virtual
So did they interview everybody by Zoom? Was that the process?
teams
Teams?
and some phone calls, I believe.
And was your interview recorded?
I'm not sure.
Do you think this report will have the desired effect that you originally had in mind?
No,
Has any of it been implemented that you know of?
not that I know of. And it's unfortunate because the people that participated thought it would be confidential.
Turning to a different area now, I want to ask you about supervision of frontline officers. We talked about this in your interview, and again, the transcript is Comm 62441, and the page references are 125 and 148. We don't have to look at it now, but the reason I was asking about it is this commission has heard evidence of some contact or some information that came to the RCMP regarding the perpetrator in the past. And when we try to find the notes, they're sparse, possibly inaccurate, or not retained for posterity, for example, by members Maxwell and Wiley. And so, the commissioners are interested in knowing whether there's any recommendations they could make about note-taking, note retention, and so on. So we know in terms of ensuring these kinds of things happen, there are provincial audits that could include note-taking practices, right?
Yes.
And then there are also, we've heard about these unit level quality assurance reviews, so ULQA. Can you explain what those are?
So that would be a unit review that you would do, maybe a unit or detachments within a district. And you would focus on, say, maybe two things like note taking and exhibits. And then they would do a quality assurance on that within the detachment.
So the notes we were looking at were from the range of 2010 to 2013. One example we have of a ULQA that covers note-taking, albeit from Cumberland RCMP detachment, was from 2015. If we can just look at COM 0061474, please.
That's Exhibit 4152.
So you see, this is ULQA there. It says on the top right, and then it says investigators' notebooks. If we could go down to page 3, it looks, so this is provided to contract. So this is detachment level, but it gets provided to contract and Indigenous policing, or where does this go when these reviews are done?
This, well, to the divisional headquarters, but also to the district policing officer would be his responsibility, along with the detachment commander, to ensure that these gaps are addressed.
Okay. So if we can go to page 3. You see number 7 there, it says, did the supervisor review the notebooks monthly to verify quality and content? And then there's a reference on the left, OM, with a bunch of numbers. So that would be the applicable RCMP policy, is
Yes.
that right?
Operational Manual 25.2.3.
And under findings, it says 30% compliance. So I take that to mean that's only happening 30% of the time. Would that be your understanding?
Well, if the question is, did the supervisor review the notebooks monthly to verify quality and content? Yes. My question would be, in this, what was the, like, how many notebooks did they analyze, or how many, like, what was the sample size? I would wonder. But certainly if that's the finding, and I'm just generalizing here, then that would be something that the detachment commander would have to address. And the DPO, so the district policing officer, would have to be following up on this compliance, because the reason why you do a ULQA is to identify gaps. So here's a gap. So then I would suggest that there should be some, and the expectation would be that the detachment commander, along with the district policing officer, would bring those numbers up, definitely.
And then are there follow-up ULQAs after that to see if the compliance improves?
Oh, there could be. I mean, I don't know if there was one done on this. What's the year of this one?
2015.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know if there was one done on it, but they would be following up with the gaps.
Recognizing that this was before your time as
Yep.
commanding officer, can you tell us whether there's reason to believe that this practice has improved?
I think based on my experience working with the detachment commanders and the DPOs, I think for sure that this compliance has improved. I can't speak to it because we haven't done an additional ULQA, but if that was the state of affairs, that would be something that would be something that they would have to work on. And again, that's the whole purpose of a ULQA.
You wouldn't be happy with that state of affairs, right?
I would not be happy with that
Yeah.
state of affairs. No.
I want to ask you now about the RCMP's interaction with various community bodies and municipalities. So starting with police advisory boards and local governments. There was, the commission sent a request for written evidence to the RCMP on March 9th, 2020. And one request was to provide a summary of community-based policing initiatives and the resources dedicated to these initiatives in the years 2016 to 2021 inclusive in Northeast Nova. Can we see that piece of the response, Madam Registrar? It's 00622474.
And that's Exhibit 4153.
And just to explain what this document is, because it was a very large request for written evidence, the RCMP supplied answers on a rolling basis over several months. So this was actually a piece that was supplied on July 5th, 2022. Since then, this has all been rolled into a cumulative response, but this document is taken from the July response. The cumulative response was provided August 14th, 2022. So if we can go down to page 12, please. So this is an answer to various community policing, community contact things that the RCMP does. If you look at the third bullet point, it says, actually the fifth bullet point, I think, that the RCMP commanders and or their designate meets monthly with mayor and council and chief and council in Indigenous communities, and hears and addresses concerns from the council regarding issues in the communities. Was that a practice that was happening when you were commanding officer?
Yes. What's the date of this document?
Well, it was supplied to the commission July 5th, 2022, but the request was to provide information covering the period 2016 to 2021.
And when was that request made?
March 9th. I might have said 2020. It should be 2022.
March 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this is, looking at this is certainly what I experienced and observed when I was the CO.
Well, police advisory boards are created by Section 57 of the Nova Scotia Police Act. And Section 68 sub 1 of the Act says the function of an advisory board is to provide advice to the council in relation to the enforcement of law, the maintenance of law and order, and the prevention of crime in the municipality. But the advisory board shall not exercise jurisdiction relating to complaints, discipline, personnel conduct, or the internal management of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So how does the RCMP interact with police advisory boards, if at all?
So I can speak to my experience because I sat on the Board of Police Commission when I was in Halifax District, and it's actually a very good venue for us to get kind of the granular concerns of the community, I found anyway. And that's certainly what our detachment commanders that attend these meetings in the smaller communities experience. And that's also a way for the communities to identify issues that they see within their communities to the police. So I'm not sure what your question is, but I think it's an excellent venue for us to participate in to get that local flair of what the concerns are.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think my question is trying to translate what it says on paper to what happens in real life and make sure we understand. So the police advisory boards, as I understand the Police Act, advise the council. And then the written evidence response says the RCMP meets with council. So then when you go out there into the communities, so is there also direct contact between the RCMP and the police advisory boards, or is everyone there together talking about policing issues?
No, for the most part, in the detachment commanders or a designate would be part of the advisory board that sits regularly within the communities.
So the RCMP is on the police advisory board?
Yes.
Okay. When the RCMP is thinking about how it should conduct community policing, does it consider what advice police advisory boards have given municipal councils?
Yes.
Turning then to CAOs or chief administrative officers of municipalities, they would also be municipal representatives that you would have interaction with from time to time?
In my experience personally over in Halifax District, yes, because the CAOs are generally part of the advisory board. But yeah, there's a regular communication in that regard.
So they manage the purse strings of a municipality, right?
Sorry?
They manage the purse strings. They would be the
Yes.
financial person for municipality. And so there would be some discussion, at least with municipal policing, about budgeting for policing with the CAOs, right?
There would be some that also would happen to between the CAOs and the provincial government Department of Justice.
And in the case of the municipal chiefs, for example, I think Chief McNeil told us he would have very frequent contact with his CAO, but that's a different
Yes,
scenario.
because the
right?
direct funding comes from the municipality.
Right, okay. Can we see COM 0052192, please, Madam Registrar?
That's Exhibit 4154.
This is a letter to you from the Chief Administrative Officers of 3 municipalities in Colchester County dated June 8th, 2020. Do you recall this letter?
Yes,
They're explaining their concerns, requesting information about the lack of the Alert Ready system, the Onslow shooting involving their REMO employees, and this employee who was shot at, and the failure to use the Truro Police Service for assistance during the mass casualty.
yes,
And then you responded on June 16th. That's COM 0052223.
And that's Exhibit 4155.
Do you recall this letter?
yes,
And so you talked to them about, you responded to their concerns and addressed the issues, your perspective on the Alert Ready system and so on,
Yes.
right? And did you go out and meet with them at all?
no, I did not.
When CEOs write and ask you for information, did you feel an obligation to respond?
Absolutely.
And did you consider whether it would be effective to go down and meet with them in person?
Yes, and that was always a consideration when I did detachment visits. But during this time and probably 8 to 10 months after, there was restrictions, as you know. And so any sort of meeting might have been virtual. But I was always open to and worked with my DPOs to, if the CAOs or mayors or councils or anything wanted to meet with me when I was going to be in the community, then I was certainly open to that.
Tell us about your practice in terms of detachment visits before and after COVID and before and after the events. How often did you get out there and why?
So before COVID, I did detachment visits regularly throughout the division when I could. Certainly, when I became the CO, I went to as many as I could. And then, of course, when COVID came along, it restricted us, and there was times within Nova Scotia that if you were in Halifax or in what they considered hotspots, you weren't allowed to travel up to certain areas unless it was an operational requirement. So those were barriers. And then when I could, I started going to the detachments. If it wasn't weekly, it was biweekly. And I went not only to see the members and show support for them and find out on the ground the needs, It was also important that I was getting, because normally we would have long service medal ceremonies and ceremonies for recognition and accommodations. And of course, as you can well imagine, those were piling up because we weren't doing those things for a couple of years. So that was another reason, is that I could go out to all the detachments with these recognitions and their long service medals and give those out.
How many of the detachments did you visit in Nova Scotia?
All of them. And a lot of them more than once.
I was going to ask you about community policing, although the commission has heard evidence from others on this. In that same response to the request for written evidence, Exhibit 4153, the RCMP referred to some community policing initiatives. Is that something you're able to speak to in any detail?
Not in any detail, no.
Looking back, do you have your own views on what went well and what didn't go well in terms of the RCMP's response to the mass casualty events?
There's obvious things that I think some communications didn't go well. And I'm hoping like some really good lessons learned come out of that. But I also think a number of things went well, and some things went very well. And in some cases, the response of the members was awesome. But I look forward to the examination of, and I know that the RCMP does, and certainly the new CO looks forward to the recommendations that come from this commission.
Would H Division be in any better position today if a similar mass casualty event happened again?
I believe so. I believe that we have learned just on the things that we've discussed, that the response and communication and upgrading radios and the alert ready and all of those things that have been looked at and policy in place, I believe so.
Do you have anything to suggest to the commissioners as they consider what recommendations to make?
Yes. So one of the things that I think is important for the commissioners is to really have a hard look at the PPSA. Sorry, I'm turning away from and to look at the resourcing within the division. And it's something that, and the province and the way that we're funded within this division needs to be something that the commissioners and this commission does a close examination on and comes up with recommendations, not only for the RCMP, but for the province.
Madam Registrar, I'd like to exhibit the other documents with respect to this witness that were circulated to participants, please.
So exhibited.
Thank you, Ms. Bergerman. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young, and thank you so much, former Assistant Commissioner. I believe Ms. Young mentioned this to you at the beginning of your testimony, but we'll break now, and
Okay.
And counsel for the commission will meet with counsel for the various participants, and will, in an organized way, come up with a proposal for questioning you, asking various questions that haven't been asked yet. So we'll break. Ms. Young, it strikes me, and I believe the commissioners would agree, that we should probably fold this into a lunch break, and folks will need time to eat, and council will need time to discuss matters. So we typically take an hour, but in this circumstance, because it will involve a caucus, which is just another name for a
Understood.
meeting, with among council, then we'll break until 1 o'clock. And of course, you're still under oath during that period of time.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll break till 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1 o'clock.
Oh boy. Okay, I need some more coffee and we'll get into some things. There's a lot there. I'm probably just going to even have to take that and do another video on it. So give me one moment. Grab yourself a coffee. Oh, okay. You need a puff after this gong show, says James. Everything was textbook, right? Well, if everything was textbook, then there would be no need for quintet, right? If all those relationships were so good, no need for quintet, right? Unless quintet is something else, which it most certainly is. I don't even know where to start. Should we start with Matt Logan? Let's start with Matt Logan. Okay. So, for those of you who are newer to welcome all. You can subscribe. I know they just fuck with the numbers anyways, so it's all good. Don't matter to me because it doesn't have any effect. All these psychological games that they play, they think that numbers and likes and oh, my bubbles burst. No, because I just document when you fuck with them. Now, stop that one. Hopefully I remember to turn on the right one because they messed with that on my computer. Oh, yeah. Had a very interesting day the other day. Came across some information and I was, which was pretty good. Were some questions anyways. Had a bit of a technological issue. I've encountered this before. When I mean a little bit, I mean a lot. And so my internet got literally at the same time that I was trying to have a conversation with Odir. And it just went boom. Like, I'm sorry to her because that was, yeah. Didn't get my internet back for a while, a few hours. Anyway, moving along. Morning, Shar. How is everything going? Okay, so let's start with Matt Logan. Now, Matt Logan, here we have professors question validity of RCMP psychological autopsy of the mass killer. Now, let me see if I can find. So that is July 20s, right? Is it July 22nd? Good to watch that webcast. Is it July 22nd? Let me just make sure here. One moment. And I'll give you the link. Some
thing. I don't remember the language, but we were bound to it.
highly credentialed ladies, doctors, highly credentialed, came in and they had no idea,
Oh.
yeah, that they were. Go here. So that is the link to the actual webcast. Terrible. Absolutely destroyed the psychological autopsy. Okay, so the IMT, I tweeted about that when I was digging through Janice's stuff. The H-strong 2 is code for IMT. IMT is Issues Management Team. Issues Management Team is RCMP government's cover your ass propaganda unit. John Robin headed it and was liaison to the MCC, the ESDC labor investigation, and the hazardous occurrence investigation, the Hoyt investigation. He did all three. Okay. Before that, it was Janice. Now, that unit, that's all that they were supposed to do. Okay. Is cover your ass for the RCMP and for the government. And for whatever is going on down there, because we can see, I hope, and I can only speak for myself, but I can tell you I review documents every day, and I have since this started for hours every day. And I'm not using hyperbole. I think I've taken, well, maybe I've taken a couple of days off. The mountains of pages that we as public have access to is just enormous. The garbage that they're throwing out, because this is the way they do things. But that is just what we get. Okay, so there's levels of stuff. So this goes up to then the lawyers is the next level. Families, okay, is the next level actually. And participants, to which there is varying degrees on that too, I believe. They use that program relativity, which I've spoken about for quite a long time, which is a very interesting program. And it filters out who can see what. Okay, that's what it does. It's very smart AI technology too. So if they really wanted the answer, funnily enough, this thing can solve it. It will tell you, it will identify where all the holes are, which frankly, probably, you'd need, what is that computer system? I forget the name of it. Quantum computing, because it would overload with all the errors that it would find. So it must have some supercomputer behind it because of all the holes and problems. So then it goes to that level. Then it goes to the lawyers. Okay. Again, filtering. I don't know to what extent, but I'll tell you that I would say it's different. The access from families to lawyers is different. They're granted a certain level of permissions, and they've commented as to the amount. I believe Josh Bryson said one day, I can't remember, maybe somebody would remember the number. It was 70,000 new documents was dropped in one night on them. Documents. So if you take an average of, I don't know, 10 pages, but you know that some of these are absolutely huge. Some of them are 293 plus pages long. Bent talks about that he has over 400 pages of notes. We only get a little bit, right? So then it goes to that level, then it goes to the commission. The commission is the next level, lawyers of the commission. Then it goes to DOJ is the next level. That's the RCMP, DOJ is the highest level. And they're the ones that are vetting it. And that's why Ms. Young spoke about the drabble over months. Can't remember the word she used. Because it's not just months, they just dribble a little bit out, a little bit out. So going through documents as of late, okay, so yeah, sorry, I'm getting a little bit off topic. So solid line to Ottawa. This is the important part here. Now, if you go to Janice Gray's, and this will be a bit of a review. If you go to Janice Gray's interview, June 22nd, the quintet stuff is all going to come into play here. So you look for my computer going to go poop? Okay. I have another question before you go on. Like, Rachel asked about whether it's appropriate, given your role, the crossover in your view between the role that of John Robin when he was in the position that he held here. Chief Robin, okay, this is his wife, right? So there are those of you who don't know, both of them in the RCMP. Chief super special invented title for Janice. Special invented title, who kind of is equivalent to leather, but not really. Obviously, leather is crops. Chief Robin reported to CNIP, Contract Indigenous Policing, out of Ottawa, and we would call it a solid line out of Ottawa. Dotted line in reporting, solid line to CNIP in Ottawa, with a dotted line to the commanding officer here. This is the very important part here. So if you figure that they both live in the same household and they're dealing with the issues management part of this, the cover-up, basically, right? If they're dealing with that, the solid line is to Ottawa, to Brian Brennan, I believe is the CNIP head. So former head of Nova Scotia. Okay, so there's Brian. That's why you'll see often Brian is cited in documents. CNIP, very important position, because this is how they maintain the contracts. That's how they keep the money flowing into the RCMP, which then supports their international goo, undercover stuff that they don't really want to talk about here, also in Canada. So the solid line is the information going, because she's hanging on Leather's arm. She talks about that additionally. That's that she's can't really decipher what she's doing. She won't tell you exactly what she's doing in the days following April 18 and 19. But what she is doing is acquiring information. Okay. So, well, okay, fine. We'll shift it over to John Robin. We'll get it all there, but it's all in the same house. So the information is going from Leather. Do you follow? Straight to Ottawa. Now, she also spoke about the friendship between it's not finding it right now. Okay, she spoke about the friendship between Janice and Darren and Matt Logan. Okay, Matt Logan, who, if we go back to things like he was involved very early. Give me one moment. Prior to him even coming out. So I find it very interesting that she said that she did not have a friendship with him, she being Lee. In the days right after April 18 and 19, he made some appearances. Even prior to him being in the picture. There's one on CTV. Odier's got the link to it, I'm sure. I don't have it there. Okay, and also, let's see, I've got the radio program. We can listen to an excerpt of that briefly, where he is not involved, but they're interviewing. They interview at the beginning. The people that they interview are very interesting people. They interview CSIS people. One moment. Now, see here, it says former RCMP officer. He has been re-enlisted. When I went back, funnily enough, to look, he has now been scrubbed from RCMP graves. So there are earlier videos where I believe I brought up his profile, and it said that he's been re-enlisted. And he headed a team of behavioral the behavioral science stuff. Sorry, he had people on the behavioral science team involved with this so-called psychological autopsy, which was totally and utterly destroyed. And Matt Logan's credentials were called into serious question. I don't know if this man, it says on his profile, I believe he's UBC PhD. No undergraduates, which I find very interesting, that I could find. So you go straight to PhD. Maybe he challenged PhD, wrote a thesis, that's possible, and obtained a PhD. But anyway, the ladies who really have the credentials, they have the letters behind their name, they went to school for a long time, they kept saying in the mass casualty on this hearing, July 22nd, they really just absolutely destroyed the psychological autopsy, and but that was put out there to distract everybody. Okay, that would be something that probably came out of issues management team. But you have. Oh, sorry.
Hey Tony, what protein is better for me, chicken or fish?
No, neither. So fuck off.
Today I'm
Beef
going
is
to talk about
good.
the big reason
Why is it doing
your
this?
arteries are.
I don't care. What is this nonsense? No. Okay. I love the computer.
So just before the break, you heard that interview with Tyler Blair. His dad, Greg, and his stepmom, Jamie, were killed in cold blood in the biggest mass shooting in Canadian history in Nova Scotia. They were in Portapique. And here's the worst part about that, as Tyler's got a 1-month-old baby, but his two brothers, his little brothers, are 10 and 12. They hid, I can't even say it. They hid under the bed and watched their mom and dad get killed, fled the house to a neighbor's before he picked them up. Do you imagine that? So we're not, I know the Prime Minister said don't name the guy. You notice I've never named the killer. I don't mind reporters naming the killer, though. If it's
okay, so that's again the distraction techniques. These are, hopefully we're all kind of getting on the same boat here and recognizing how they do these things, the psychological warfare. Please just don't talk about them. The problem will go away. That's not really so much psychological warfare, but just don't discuss it. Things that were sown very early, McNeil's comments, Trudeau's comments, you'll never know the answer. It still floats around to this day. You'll never know the answer. We may never know the answer. Don't worry about it. It are ways to pacify the public. Piss off is what they're saying to you. Just go away. Don't ask questions. Okay, and they did that right away.
the facts. Our job is to report the facts. Our job is also not to glorify the killer, but to focus on the victims as we've done. But we still have to understand evil. We still have to understand motive. We still have to report relevant things. And Matt Logan is a criminal investigative psychologist and a former RCMP officer. And he joins us now. First of all, Matt and Officer Logan, I appreciate that you're joining us. I first want to say, because I have many friends in the RCMP, once you're in you're never a former RCMP officer. The red surge is imprinted on your heart, and I know that.
Absolutely. You're indoctrinated. It takes a hell of a lot to take that out of you. The system has to burn you, but it has burned many members. They have burned so many of their own members through this. Not just here, cases I've reviewed, some of them on the channel, and definitely many more that I'm aware of. Unbelievable. This organization will chew up anybody. They don't care. As long as you play for the system, it's okay. You don't, you're screwed.
And I just want to extend my heartfelt condolences on the loss of Heidi Stevenson and your colleague. I know that this is a tricky time, but tell me something. How do they investigate what motivates someone to go on a killing spree for 13 hours like this? What kind of questions would you be asking them?
Well, Evan, thank you for the condolences, and I pass mine on to all of the families. It's just, as you've said, it's just a heartbreaking tragedy, and that last story was just truly a heartbreaker. It's
okay. So there's I'm not trying to take away, and I think the families know that. I'm not trying to take away from the pain and grief that they felt, but That's what they wanted people to focus in on. You know, things like, and the Nova Scotia strong. No, that's code. Look all over the world. They've been using it for so long.
It's very difficult, having been to a number of tragedies over a 30-year career. You just never get over it. And this one just brings back other situations that our members have encountered. And so we have to be really cautious about the cumulative stress and the effect that it has on us. When I go into a situation like this, I used to go in as a serious crime investigator. I now go in as the criminal investigative psychologist attached to headquarters Ottawa. And take Mayor Thorpe, for instance, that was the worst day of my life.
Okay, and he's going to discuss some other, you know, Mayor Thorpe. These are Spiritwood. There are some serious Moncton bung-ups. They've been doing bung-ups forever. And they're going to try and pass this off too. Oh, well, you know, we just don't know how to take notes. Fuck you. I guarantee you they have all the notebooks. And what they pass off right now as notes, you can absolutely rip them apart. Judge Cromwell, and I have, you know, a great deal of respect for this man. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Judge Cromwell, who sits at the top of the food chain here in the MCC, has major issues with what's going on over at the DOJ.
Going to the farm and spending a week there and seeing the carnage that was left at that scene. What my role was there was to perform a psychological autopsy on the.
See, so he's re-enlisted. Do you see this? And Lee sat there and she's like, oh, many years ago, my ass. Many years ago, my ass. And they said at the beginning, you know, oh, this is some kind of independent swamp we want you to get lost in. Independent, my ass. They were all RCMP. Through and through.
On the shooter, the killer, and I'm very happy to hear a number of people catching on to let's not glorify this person. Let's say as little as we can, and as you say, let's get some facts out. But
let's say as little as we can. Do you see? Do you see what they do? Don't talk about it. Let's do the killer bees. How many days was it when they started doing the killer bees? The media just wanted it dropped.
Say as little as we can that would make this person look like anything that somebody might want to be, because we have a lot of wannabes out there.
No.
So when I go
man.
The scene as a psychologist, I want to read everything that person's read. I want to read everything that person's written. I want to understand what it was like to live in that place. I want to talk to neighbors and friends and family, and just basically turn over every rock in that person's life to figure out why him, why them, the victims, why now, and why in this manner.
I mean, I don't know if we ever understand this stuff, but again, without glorifying this person's name, do we know any, like from what you've read, maybe there was, as I understand, a criminal past, some kind of assault issue? It's very unclear. And you always hear this, right, Matt? Oh, he was a good neighbor. He was a good neighbor. But he clearly, I spoke to one of his neighbors, the family of a neighbor who he murdered, and they said they had a series of altercations before, like arguments. So do we know anything that might lead? I mean, people have arguments all the time. They don't turn into mass killers.
Okay, and there are some really spooky stuff, spooky interviews out there talking about, we've got two different images going here, and I'll tell you, there's a hell of a lot more saying something else. So I don't really know what's going on, but I'll tell you, they wanted everybody to believe something right away. I'm not trying to say this person wasn't involved, Mr. Boardman wasn't involved, but you know, they just kept pumping. Yet they had no evidence. This stuff, by the way, sorry, somebody asked that. When was this interview done? I don't actually know what date this interview was done. I tried to find out. I'm sure you can trace it maybe by going through the, possibly through the URL. I don't know. But it was right away because he will talk about the fact that he's not involved. And maybe he'll go down. Maybe he will go down. Really? He volunteered his services. That's what Janice said. Okay.
Exactly. Well, you know, I may be going out there, so I will know more soon. But
see,
I
may be going out there, so I may know more soon. Right? And we know that Darren spoke about it. So this is very early. Very early. Matt Logan's being brought into this stuff. Perhaps his doctor, and I will use that in quotations because the two experts who were on repeatedly kept saying that they questioned the credentials behind the person who was doing the study. And two of them obviously aren't even educated in that level. Not independent at all. 3 people involved, all RCMP. Okay. So, and then there's a CTV one. Too bad I don't have that link handy. So much nepotism, unbelievable nepotism. Okay. So, you know, and I've spoken about Matt Logan a bunch before, so I won't get in too much into that. Okay, so we've dealt with Janice and John. Now, Janice and John. Let's have a look at a letter. Hopefully, I tried to get some stuff lined up here whilst we were going along. Hopefully, I have it. Okay, that can go away. Professor's question. Okay, that's going to be a big one to unravel. All right. Thomas Cromwell. Oh, why did it stop that? Okay, these are disclosure issues, major disclosure issues that they have going on over there. If you look at the notes, they've been redacting, like there's just pages and pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of black. And that's what they give you. But then you can tell because a notebook is obviously got a sorry, it says my notes in it. So a notebook has a spine on it usually, right? So you can actually tell what side of the page that they're photocopying. Often you can tell that they're not giving you both sides of the page. It's very evident. Extremely evident. Pages that don't have numbers. Okay? They have official notebooks. They're all numbered. If you look closely, these are like the things that I see, just like the clips of they're at the beginning of Clinton's interview, right? Kept seeing it, getting clipped more and more. And I'm like, watch the background. Watch the background. You'll see. They clip it. Probably the best example is that one interview with Mr. Fisher down in Shubenacadie. It's like about that long. And they clip, I think, maybe 6-7 times in it. Just, and they only give you about 5 seconds. So it's very mishmashed. Anyways, so Thomas Cromwell, former Supreme Court Justice, he's writing, he's writing the DOJ. He says, further to your discussions, further to your letter, June 30th, which I'm going to review the series of documents that are going back and forth between the MCC, specifically Justice Cromwell, and the DOJ. But further to, here is a list of the documents referenced in my letter, June 24th. Now this is just a very partial list, okay? And he's like, we need the initially withheld for review. Okay, so this is July 4th. Now, these pages, I'm going to show you. So the 4 pages here, 3 pages here are Darren's affidavit. Do I have that lined up here correctly? Which one? No, that's not it. There we go. This is Darren. Okay, this is the ones, and I'm going to read them because this stuff all opens up. It's going to get very, very hot. Very hot. April 28th. Now, I'll preface this, by the way, also by saying I have not decided where I've heard some very good things about Superintendent Superintendent Campbell. I have heard some good things about him. So, but the people who I've heard that from also say that these pages were kind of the brown envelope, the dead man switch, so to speak, that he kept in his back pocket in case something went wrong. And things did go wrong, so then he had it as a backup. Do you follow? I'm still trying to trace the initial instigating event. Prep for media briefing. These ones, interestingly enough, his notes, for those of you who have read his, I would say, very personalized writing style. These ones are a lot more cipherable, funnily enough, than his regular writing. To me, I found that. I don't know if that's on purpose. Not sure. HDev, Stratcoms, liaising with me with national headquarters communications, and that was the lady that we saw on the parliamentary hearings, who is gone Jenga, on the initial speaking notes. Notes reviewed by me. Objections. Provide as much info as possible to maintain integrity of the investigation by not disclosing info that could make a negative impact on ongoing U.S.-based, fast and freezies, maybe. Is this all coming? Is this all coming? Is this all the RCMP that's doing this? Or are they doing it on the behest of stuff south of the border? I'll leave that with you. A lot of U.S. involvement, even in the redactions of the warrants, which I found very interesting. In the unsealing of the redactions of the warrants, initially, the hearings that were done, there was a U.S., quote, U.S. law enforcement officer who came to provide testimony as to why they shouldn't be unsealed. Why? It has nothing to do with them. Or does it? Fast and Freezy's playlist. Okay, U.S.-based investigation. Firearms smuggled by Gabriel Wortman and others, unknown, etc. Media briefing, National Headquarters number 2. Revised, I think it says revised statement or prepared statement, sorry. Q&A followed. Okay, asterisks with an arrow. Notified to attend the commanding officer's office boardroom post the media briefing. Everybody gets their own boardrooms and stuff. You know. I anticipated, Campbell, that the purpose of the meeting was to discuss review today's briefing to the media. Okay, this is April 28th. Is this right? April 28th, yes. The purpose of the meeting to discuss review today's briefing to the media. While I was approaching the CO's office, the commanding officer's office, I was informed that the commissioner and deputy commissioner would be on the call and in the meeting as well. Present at national headquarters was the the boardroom was commanding officer, Assistant Bergerman, Chief CO, comma. Oh, okay. Leave that with me for a little bit. Chief Superintendent Leather, the Director of Strategic Comms, Leah Scanlon, and myself. On the telephone was the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Brennan. Okay, very important key figure in this one. National Headquarters Strategic Comms. Okay, that was Jangle Lady. I forget her name. Sorry. And Dan Bryant, National Headquarters Strat Comms. I didn't expect that the purpose of the tone of the meeting was to be what it really was. I felt that the press briefing was honest and forthcoming, and we were able to safeguard important information to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. I thought that the purpose was to discuss the press briefing and to discuss next steps in the investigation, etc. This was not the case. The commissioner was obviously, in capitals, upset. She did not raise her voice or yell. These are notes written for somebody else, you can tell, to read, not for himself. She did not raise her voice or yell. However, her choice of words was indicative of her overall dissatisfaction of our work. The commissioner accused us, me. Do you see the person how he's writing? He's writing for somebody else to read. Very interesting. Of disrespecting her by not following her instructions. I was and remain to be confused on this, over this. The commissioner said that she to tell us that HDiv to include specific information on the firearms used by Gabriel Wortman. I remember, I believe, I remember I believe. Interesting. I don't know. When were these written? I remember, I believe, Cindy Bears, who they have been trying to bury. That's number 2 under Leah, formerly under Leah. And they have been blacking out her name, I've noticed, in key places. So I wonder why. Maybe Cindy Bears might be able to shed some light on a lot of things. Cindy Bears, or sorry, can't quite read that. Possibly Leah. I remember, I believe, Cindy Bears, or possibly Leah, or Dan. Wow. You got 3 people you believe, you remember. Ooh, if we could say more at the time, however, I said that we couldn't, as to do so would jeopardize the ongoing efforts to advance the U.S. side of, I haven't been able to cipher this word, as we're, Mike, as well as the Canadian, any Canadian counterparts of the investigations. These are the facts, and I stand by them. He wrote these notes, you can tell, not for his own benefit. He doesn't need to tell himself he stands by something. I stand by them. Oh, okay. He wrote these to protect himself. Yep. When were they written? I wonder, but let's stay non-tinfoily. The commissioner went on at length, saying that she was, quote, sad and, quote, and disappointed, end quote, and that we disrespected her by not providing details to the media. The commissioner said that she had promised. The commissioner said that she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP, again, look at how it's written, bracket we. Does he need to tell himself that he's in the RCMP? I don't think so. Would release this information. I tried to explain that there was no intent to disrespect anyone. However, why we could not release that information at this time. The commissioner then said that we didn't understand, that this was tied to pending gun control legislation that would make officers and public safer through this legislation. Again, the commissioner referenced promises to the Minister of Public Safety and to the PMO, to the Prime Minister's office. The commissioner continued to use wording like, quote, sad and disappointed, to disrespect, really, okay, that we let people down, end quote. Prime Minister's office, Public Safety office. She was very upset, and at one point, Deputy Commissioner Brennan tried to calm things down, to get things calmed down. but that had little effect. Some of the room was reduced to tears. Who is that? I'm thinking it's Leah, but I'm not exactly sure. And we're emotional over this. Belittling reprimand. The commanding officer spoke. The crops officer spoke. Leah spoke, as well as I. However, it appeared that the commissioner, and then in capitals, did not accept our explanations and on a number of occasions referenced the promise, okay, so he keeps going back, that she had made. There was also a comment, national headquarters, I believe, I think that's national headquarters, to the effect that public safety and to get this, that get some information on the guns through the press conference. I suspect this to the last question I received in the briefing, in the event, okay? And now this goes to the media. Now, I would hazard to say that that was a planted question. Okay, ask about the guns, because then they can further the gun legislation. I'm not here to argue for or against guns. I have my own opinions on that, but they happen to piggyback off this one, and it was very important to do so. Piggyback. Again, obviously, that's not the true cause of what happened, but they made full utilization, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I suspect this, to the last question I received at the briefing, in any event, I did not resolve this went on for some time, obvious reasons. I'm not quite getting that. Usually I've got it, but anyway, this went on for some time. The belittling and criticism to the point that something that it would stop. Okay, so these are the notes and about all of the, and I got up and left. Now this is very interesting. He asked and if he could do so, and she nodded yes. That's exactly what I did. Okay, so those are the notes that Justice Cromwell at the beginning there is referencing being suppressed. Now we go to the next set. 76 pages. Okay, that's this one. One moment, please. I just need a moment. Make, model, and caliber. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. Good eyes. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So this is August 18th. Now, the dates are very important. I'm still trying to peel through them, and if you guys can help. Done impressive distraction. Say something was going on. Order of council. Anyway. Yeah. Well, we're going to touch on something that's actually very sad. Okay, so DOJ decides this is all irrelevant. Apparently, it's not to Mr. Campbell, Superintendent Campbell. OCC, okay, MCU, Major Crimes Unit. Apparently, this is all irrelevant. This piece here is very interesting. Litigation privilege, solicitor client, they're hiding behind that. So I would say whatever is here, very important piece. H strong litigation. Okay. So that back to that tweet that I had to reissue because I don't know what they did. It's probably somewhere in my feed the other day about this. Okay. Email April 28th regarding guns, Commissioner Lucky. This email is fully redacted, supposedly because of solicitor-client privilege, but there are no email addresses listed. This too has been redacted, the email addresses. How can we trust that there is privilege if no lawyer is listed? Okay. And there isn't on this letter, which was a follow-up to Leah. Okay. I left the links below that. But it's very important because you can't hide behind solicitor-client privilege if there's no lawyer listed. But they're not even going to tell you. We know Lucky was involved in it. Vardy interview of Banfield. Noise. Something. Noise mandate. See his writings. I think he's learned this. I think reviewed. It's hard to cipher. Meeting ended. Okay. So they're going to tell you that a meeting ended. There was a meeting. How could this be irrelevant? It's just like you see all those redactions for personal information. They're not sitting there and telling each other that they're having a heart attack or their medical information. No, they're emailing very important information. It's not irrelevant. It's all relevant. They're just bullshitting. CO's call. Okay, commanding officer's call by me on, I don't know if somebody can cipher that one. Brackets, something by me on something of tomorrow. CO? Possibly. Not sure. I should probably link that. And then the rest is redacted. The next page is redacted. H strong charges. Okay, so she talked about that today. Comms, Fifth Estate, DPOs, managers contacted directly. So, that Fifth Estate that members have been contacted. Now, I'm not quite understanding yet the Fifth Estate role in this, other than the RCMP not talking to the Fifth Estate, or that they were worried about leaky ship, which I think they're always worried about. They seed out information, personal information, and that's that. Okay, so that's that one. The next one we have is this is leather. Okay, November 20th, 2020. We're concerned about that date. Personal information, irrelevant. Like, what is he making notes in here about his wife? No, this is not personal. This is very important. Remember, they cited with whose notes was that? And they cited that the shift time, was it Rodier? They called that personal information. The shift time. Really, not personal. Sorry, it's not personal what time you go to work, I go to work, or whatever. Irrelevant, asterisks, double asterisks, irrelevant. It's got boxes there for checks, I guess. Irrelevant. Everything's irrelevant. Even the time here is irrelevant. Okay, and so the only thing that they're going to tell you about November 20th is at 4 o'clock, there was a meeting with Darren Campbell, Leather and Campbell, review SITREP disclosure of guns, holdback by, my apologies, PMOs, I would say that's PMOs, something officer, I can't quite get that one. So obviously a lot of this stuff is going to have to do with the investigation. Specifically, the next reference, sorry, 61. Okay, there's actually 2 in this one. So that is 35 to 48. They're very concerned about that one. So it continues on for the next 10 pages. So we know it's the next day. It's redacted. Times are redacted. How is time irrelevant? So, sometimes it's relevant. Irrelevant here. Relevant here. But what happened at 9 o'clock is irrelevant. No. All these people need to be fired. DOJ. They're going to hopefully some serious and people should be losing their law, their ability to practice law like after this. Leah, comms, Fifth Estate tonight, podcasts ongoing as well. Much misinfo being circulated will impact people. Podcasts. I'd love to A-tip myself and see what kind of file they've got. Be very interesting. All right, a bunch of black, irrelevant, of course, because it's just irrelevant. You know that they're not doing anything down there. Of course, they're doing all, this is all to do with this stuff, okay? So they just keep going and going and going and going. Okay, so here we go. MCU, Major Crimes Unit, 8 strong. INU meeting? Don't know. DA's office and U.S. Department of Justice and Public Prosecution Services. There's a lot of U.S. stuff going on here. A lot of U.S. Fast and Freezies, maybe? Anybody? Priority. I've been trying to figure out this word here. Something. Anybody ideas on that one? U.S. Department of Justice. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think they're mixed up fucking heavy in this one, man. The whole thing. The amount of Spooktown I've seen around in this story is unbelievable. Inadvertent, yes, thank you. Inadvertent release. Firearms release. Prime Minister's office. Privileged info, question mark. Fight a bit. Ramifications. Ability to, we have that same word. Ability to inventory. I don't know. Inventory. I don't know what that exactly is. This is taking place November 23rd. It's inadvertent. Very good. INU. Oh, INU. That's a unit. I forget what that is. Okay, so then it just continues on. Over. They're going to tell you that. Irrelevant. Of course, it's totally irrelevant. Oh, irrelevant personal information. Okay, and that's the extent on that document. Where are we down to? All right, 61 pages. This document is 61 pages. To be, I'm looking forward to seeing these notes, Janice's, and sorry, we have Janice's, but there's stuff missing from it. I want Robin's, and I want Robin's interview because he's a fucking huge player in this. Huge. Where is it? Where? And Inspector Murray Markachu. Where's the 61 page one? 61 is 35 to 48, as well as 52 to 54. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, 52 is irrelevant. So we'll just scroll. You're going to get a lot of black and stuff. Interesting. Email to Director Cashillon, re-release of firearms info by Prime Minister's office to ATIP. Now, I got this one incorrect. It was the National Post. I attributed it, funnily enough, to Swimmer Boy and Weather Girl. No, it was National Post who ATIP'd. So kudos to them. Email intro completed for DFO Special Rep Mr. Alistair Surratt and Mr. Ma Theodore. Now, I haven't looked up these people. Is that a representative? Is that a government official in the U.S.? I don't know. Or DFO Special Rep, Alistair Surratt. Let's just have a quick do. 1R. Okay, that's it's looking like a representative in your guys' vice chancellor and also represented electoral district of Argyll. Is that who we're talking about here? Canadian politician. Vice Chancellor of St. Anne. Okay, so that kind of gives you a little bit of background on some, like a minute piece, but there is a huge ongoing battle with the MCC, or it appears that there is, for sure there was, Justice Cromwell and Lori Ward, DOJ. And there are some, I'm not going to get into it too deep right now. I'll do that in a different video. So back to I think that's the wrong video. No. Why is that labeled that? Very interesting. Okay. Somehow my video has been relabeled. Isn't that interesting? Now it's called Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission. I'm pretty sure I didn't change the title of that to that, but because it's completely irrelevant, but maybe it was just on the brain. I don't think I changed it though. So this video from April 28th, 2021, for those that you haven't watched it, yes, it's long. My videos are long. This was an extremely bad day. And I'll tell you, Lee, Mike, and Janice are astutely aware of this video. It was a fucking awful day for a lot of people. All started with a business card and some prior knowledge of people and some help in the background from one individual who's been very, very good, and they know who they are. And not who you're thinking, I'm sure, because they're not known. Now, there's a lot of good information in this, all about the card and the backgrounds and BC and the connections, and it's very in depth. Okay, I think it's actually not too bad. Interesting. Fuck with the votes. Okay, now this one also back to West Coast. So I'll drop the link in there for that. It caused a major shitstorm, and that is what they're referencing. That is what they're referencing when they're talking about it. I'll have to rename it because it's all to do with the business. That's what that I don't know how it got renamed that, but anyway. At least they left that video up for me. I appreciate that. You can delete all of my moratorium videos and other things. That's okay. Back to West Coast, also a very good video because I go through some of the different connections, and I reiterate a lot of the information kind of along the way. I kind of just give bits and pieces and hints here and there where things are going. I don't necessarily say, I know one family member specifically, it pisses them right off. And they say to me, and there's actually two, I think they're probably both in here, and it makes them upset. But there is a process to learning these things. Now, let's get into this. This is important. Okay. We'll start at the bottom. This is a 2231, so 10. Okay, so we'll start at the bottom. Oh, this isn't the one I'm looking for quite, but it's very much an important one. Okay, so Zeta. Take note of the name, Zeta. Here's the information on the firearms we know to date. April 23rd, okay, this is when things were starting to really head south. I am sure that you will be able to get the map, etc. Sorry about this. Lots of work being done to finalize chronology. Doing press conference today. We won't be doing the press conference today. Okay. Please do not disseminate further. Do not share this information past the minister, and the Prime Minister, as it is directly related to this investigation. The following weapons and ammunition located in a vehicle, and it goes through all the weapons. It is believed that there's overcapacity, and then the specific sourcing, preliminary trace results follows. So they knew already. What's his name? I forget. It just popped in my head now. Went. Did the weapons tracing. So they knew that the weapons were illegal. They knew that he didn't have a gun license, since he did not possess a firearms license and has never had a firearms license. Yours truly, Brenda. Okay? Zeta to Brenda. Okay? Zeta. Many thanks, Z. Brenda. And this is coming later in the afternoon. They're very fast on these ones because they're looking for certain things. Even though the chronology and draft, chronology and draft is required. Knowledge the best of the brief. Many thanks. Zeta Astravath. Okay. Chief of the Staff, the Honorable Bill Blair, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Now, Zeta Astravath is a deep rabbit hole, and it definitely requires a video all to itself. But let's have a look a little at Zeta Astravath. Okay? Oh, that's not the one I want. Sorry. Zeta Astravath, Chief of Staff. Zeta Astravath employees working in the Queen's Privy Council, emergency preparedness. Okay, Bill Blair and Privy Council. Now, Privy Council is utilized to safeguard information. From what I understand, and I believe that is true, the Privy Council office is basically the hardest to get into, to get information out of. It has the highest level of clearance above the Prime Minister. So they hide things. They run things through the Privy Council office because then people can't get it. Apparently, in order to get some of the information out of the Privy Council office, it requires specific approval from one of two people: the Governor General or the Queen. That's it. So this is what you're talking about, the levels of secrecy. So Zeta is very much somebody who is a player. Okay. It's all about what politics and baseball have in common. Baseball managers, political strategists are alike. Detailed metrics to secure victory. Maybe I won't touch on this article today. Today, I will. Top 100, Zeta Astravath, the troubleshooter. In a word, I would describe Zeta's approach as dogged. She is a nose to the grindstone. Don't miss a detail. Don't drop a thing worker. said Scott Reed, who has worked with Astravas. I don't know why they have the picture cut off. As Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's political troubleshooter, issues management. You hearing the word again? Okay. Issues management. Director Zita Astravas is key to keeping the government on track, and she takes a dogged, quote, unquote, quick-acting, multi-dimensional approach to the role, sources say sources. Quote, in one word, I would describe Zita's approach as dogged. She said, knows the grindstone, don't, okay. Scott Reed, who's worked with Astravas in a role with Feshnik Reed, and was director of issue management to the former Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin. She's got quite a history, this lady. From personal experience, it comes to issues management. What is issues management? Right? There's that tweet. Issues management. Issues management team. H2 strong. Issues management team. Cover your ass when you're in serious fucking trouble. Yes. Big time. Now we're talking big time. Big time. Decade ago, a little over a decade ago, says Reed, in today's political climate, issues management, province of veterans, and central role in the Prime Minister's office. Zita does. Zita is a fixer. Oh, she's a fixer. She's known as a fixer. That is what she's actually known as. So I think we already, let's see, just give me a couple of seconds. Okay. And this is Zita back in the National Defense. Chief of Staff. To get around. She's big. She's big. As well as accompany Prime Minister to advance meetings of government. Okay. You say fixer? Okay. Let's have another look at her article. Beset by bad polls. Wynne calls in, quote, fixer from Ottawa. Zita Astravas has a reputation as a problem solver. There's Kathleen Wynne. Trailing badly in the polls. Ontario Liberal leader Kathleen Wynne, back to 2018. Wynne is calling in some campaign help from the federal side. Zita Astravas is known in Liberal circles as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's fixer, in quote, quote, in quote, war room. Maybe those of you who have been watching since the beginning, and when I say the fucking war room, it's making sense. This is seriously hardcore shit. She is taking an unpaid leave of absence as Chief of Staff to Defense Minister Harjit Sajjan to work on Wynne's war room starting next week. Wynne's Liberals are in third place in the polls. Progressive Conservatives, that the defense stuff. Like I said, this deserves a video entirely to itself. I know the story. somewhat for sure, and I've been helped along by those who know more than I. But this is, you're talking big time. Calling to me. Yeah, right. Wins Liberals are third place in the polls. Progressive Conservatives under Doug Ford are in line, majority win. Okay, so Astravas has been known to guide her bosses through tough spots in the past. She was put into the post National Defense as damage control from the fallout. Sajjan taking credit for guiding a major battle against the Taliban in Afghanistan in 2006. The minister later apologized for describing himself as the, quote, architect of Operation Medusa, a comment that was frowned upon by a great many serving members in the military. Prior to joining Sajjan's office, Astravas worked as Director of Issues Management. IMT, Issues Management. It's code. It's code. So whenever you see them talking about issues management, that's just going on. Before coming to Parliament Hill, she works on Wynn's press secretary and seconded the federal Liberal election in 2015. Astravas played major roles behind the scenes in 6 federal and provincial elections. Very important. Very important lady. Liberal Insider takes the stand. Norman's lawyers hint at code names. Code names. This stuff gets stinky. Vice Admiral Mark Norman, Vice Admiral, lawyer, has raised the prospect that the government officials used several more undisclosed identifiers to refer to her client in internal communications and hide any paper trail. Can't ATIP. You can't ATIP. Gmails? Remember I tell you about like Gmails, using Gmail? You can't ATIP. Lawyer Marie Hennian proposed several potential identifiers while questioning Defense Minister Harjit Sajjan, Chief of Staff, Thursday about government's efforts to gather thousands of documents requested by Norman's team, the defense. The former Vice Chief of Defense Staff, Canada's second most senior military officer, is facing a trial for breach of trust over allegations he leaked documents to a favored shipbuilder in line for a $700 million defense contract. I'm not weighing in politically. And please don't go there. It's what is codenamed Kraken. Norman's lawyers say they need access to the documents to defend their client and have accused the government of dragging its feet and cherry-picking what information has been made available to the court and to the public. During questioning, Hennian specifically asked Sajjan's top aide, Zita Astravas, whether she has ever referred to Norman on her personal iPhone or email account as, quote, a certain naval officer, end quote, a certain naval fellow, end quote, or, quote, a naval colleague, end quote. Astravas replied that she could not recall having used such terms. Hennian did not provide any further details. It's kind of strange that she would know what specifically to ask for. including why she asked about the phrases in the content of Astravass's personal phone or email account. Astravass told the court after being subpoenaed, she had only searched her work phone and email account for records to Norman, not her personal phone. Personal phone, down, personal email accounts, Gmail accounts, like, I don't know, Addy using a Gmail account to send himself an email. Questioning witnesses with Gmails. Personal phones being used because you can't aid them. Norman in Nova Scotia. All of this is relevant. Norman was suspended as military second in command, January 2017, charged last March with one count of breach of trust, allegedly leaking government secrets, shipbuilding contract to Davie Shipyards in Quebec. He's denied any wrongdoing. His politically charged trial, scheduled for August, run through much of this year's election campaign. And now, okay, again, it's not a political thing. I don't care about politics. But this is the way it's done. Irrespective of stripes. Astravass just happens to be this one. Okay, now. Former PMO staffer, personal phone and email records must be searched. Court hears in Mark Norman's case. Norman's lawyer asked that the searches be prioritized as defense is planning to bring abuse of process motion in March. This lady's from my hometown. Sad. Top political staffer in Defense Minister Harjit Sajjan office will have her personal phone messages and emails searched following grilling Thursday by Vice Admiral Mark Norman's defense lawyers. Norman's lawyer, Marie Hannon, demanded to know whether Zita Astravass, currently Sajjan's chief of staff, but previously senior staffer at the PMO, had searched personal files in response to seeking subpoenas related to the Norman case. Mark Norman faces one criminal charge, breach of trust, allegedly leaking cabinet secrets, allegation he has denied. Again, these are all political games. I'm not weighing in on it. It's what's going on in Ottawa with the fixing. Astravass joined Sajjan's staff summer 2017, allegedly leaked cabinet confidences in November 2015. The subsequent RCMP investigation and the 2017 decision by the Chief of Defense, John Vance. Go on.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Excuse me, everyone. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
I'm not sure. Let me close one of these here. That one. It's too bad. Okay, so I'm gonna continue on this one afterwards because there's an email that's very important to all this, and it's quite an eye opener about where the priorities are. It's really sad. Let's see if we can finish this article out, though. second in command of defense. She was the PMO's director of issues management, a role that was chiefly responsible for managing potential political problems. Under questioning, Hannon morning, Vass said she had two phones. Two phones. This is why I always get a little pissy about the phones. Personal phones, work phones, all the phones, and a personal iPhone. But Vass only searched the BlackBerry in response to the subpoena, as she understood the advice of the Department of National. Really? You see? Well, I just thought you didn't want that, so that's... What is that? Is that reactive? That's dishonesty at play. When somebody asks you something, you're forthcoming. You don't hide and wait for the person to ask the question. Remember, leather. Reactive. So it's going to get interesting. This is going to get all very interesting. And we're along for the ride. Enjoy. This is your country.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. I understand we have an agreed upon process for questioning the witness, so we'll have the witness come forward. Hello again, former Commissioner Bergerman. As I mentioned before lunch, that our council would meet with the council for the various participants and agree upon an order for them to ask you questions, and that's been done. So we'll begin by, I believe, Ms. McMillan, you're coming forward, and each council will tell you who they represent at the outset, so you'll understand the context.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner. My name is Kelly McMillan, and my firm represents the National Police Federation,
Okay.
which I'm sure, as you know, is a union representing members below the rank of inspector, including almost all of the members who responded operationally on April 18th and 19th of 2020. I wanted to start off with my questions where we left off this morning. I understand as commanding officer of H Division that you were responsible for negotiating funding levels for policing services or provincial policing services by the RCMP with the province. Is that right?
That's right.
Can you help me understand generally what is the process for determining how much funding the RCMP seeks from the province?
So I'm sure that this commission has what we call multi-year financial plans as exhibits. And those are done in conjunction with the rest of the senior management within the division on what the needs are for resourcing throughout the province. And then they are submitted generally every June with kind of the wish list and what that costs. And then the province will decide, what it can and can't afford and what it will and will approve. That's a general overview. There are what we call out of cycle requests, which means, say we have a need, and I'll give you an example, which was the H Strong issues management team. We needed like support staff in there. So that was a business case that was submitted to the province. And prior to my departure, none of that had been approved in the for that, kind of a special needs team. And during my tenure, I signed 3 multi-year financial plans. So 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, and then 21, 2022.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And for those 3 multi-year financial plans that you were involved in, would you say that the resourcing levels accorded by the province were adequate to meet the expectations of policing service delivery of Nova Scotians?
No. The first 2, in my recollection, no extra resourcing was approved. I think if you remember this morning, and 2 years that I was the CO, we had deficits when we started the year. And that's why it became really important for us to be able to tell our story and why we have a deficit, which is why we're starting to track funding that we spent outside of our own POJs, like jurisdictions. So, but as my understanding, and I don't know, but that this latest year's financial plan, multi-year financial plan, does have some approvals for resourcing for Northeast Nova, major crime, and ERT. But there could be more. That's just what I've become aware of.
And this would be the year following your departure as
Yes.
commanding officer?
Yeah.
So going back to those 3 years where you were involved, I take it from your answer that you didn't always get approvals for the asks that
No.
you made.
We did not.
Did you feel supported by the province or Department of Justice Nova Scotia in your ask for resourcing for policing services?
Well, well, obviously, if you're not getting the resources that you're asking for, disappointment. I wouldn't say I wasn't supported because generally they were very good to work with and understood, what the challenges were. And, and we explained, our operations to them in semi-annual presentations that we did, so that they understood what the challenges and for resourcing and for policing in the province were. And I would imagine, I don't know this, but I would imagine that, it comes down to dollars and cents within the province. And a big priority for this province is healthcare and doctors and nurses. So, I'm wondering, if there's a discussion, do we want 5 doctors or 10 police? I would think that would be a major discussion, and given what this province is going through as it relates to healthcare.
Sure.
Those are just my thoughts. But certainly I didn't feel not supported. It was just we didn't get the resources we requested.
At the conclusion of your questioning this morning in response to a question from my friend, Ms. Young, you identified issues with the PPSA and police funding as an issue that you'd like the commission to
Yes.
be examining. Based on your experience as commanding officer, can you expand on that answer a little bit and tell us about the way or how the way H Division is funded under the PPSA poses a challenge to resourcing from your perspective?
Okay, so what was the question?
You had identified the PPSA and the funding process as an issue you'd like the commission to examine. And I was wondering if you could just expand on that answer a little bit and help us understand what the challenges are from your perspective.
Well, the ones that I just explained, obviously, the dollars and cents, and that's a reality. It doesn't matter what police force you work for, whether you work for the RCMP and you're going to the province, or you work for a municipality and you're going to the municipality, because, if you're giving more money to the police or funding more to the police or any other agency within the municipality or the RCMP or the federal government or the province, the money has to come from somewhere, and that usually means taxes. So I know, I've become aware, and I know that a very comprehensive document has been submitted to the Mass Casualty Commission by the RCMP Veterans Association, and it's a very comprehensive document about how the PPSA works and dollars and cents, and they call it cop to pop ratio, like how many police you should have for how many people live in a certain area. But I believe that it'll be really important for this commission to examine the resourcing levels and funding levels in this division.
I wanted to take you to a comment that was made by Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan in his recent interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, which occurred on August 10th of this year. And unfortunately, we can't bring it up on the screen because it hasn't been formally disclosed. However, I understand from Commission Counsel that it will be made an exhibit in these proceedings. So what I'll just do is I'll just read out the passage that he the passage of his interview that I'd like you to respond to, and get your thoughts on it. He says, and this is at page 124 for the record, just at the top. So in other divisions, it would be that the province, and he's speaking about the PPSA, I should say. In other divisions, it would be that the province would have more say in how many police officers should be deployed in a geographical populated area based on crime trends. In Nova Scotia, that doesn't happen. The municipalities decide how much they're willing to spend on policing. The province sets the rate per police officer. So I don't know what the numbers are, but we can make numbers up. If they're willing to spend, if a municipality is willing to spend $2 million, the formula says for $2 million, you get 6 members. That's what you get. Whereas in other provinces, the province would say for your geographical area, population, et cetera, you need this many police officers. This is what the funding model is. This is what the cost is. And that's what will contribute to the costing. And he goes on to say a little bit farther that the RCMP, in the context of the RCMP bills quarterly to the province for how many resources are on strength. That's the amount of money that comes into the coffers as opposed to in other provinces where they get so much money for so many police officers throughout the province. And it sounds like a small thing, but when we're talking about how many resources are put in certain areas, it's decided at the municipality level. And so in this particular case in Colchester, against what they can afford based on, and what they're willing to spend. So they make the investment, we supply the service at that level. Is that consistent with your understanding of how those discussions work in H Division?
Yeah, so just so we're clear, Deputy Brennan, because of his position of the entire country, has way more visibility on how all those contracts work with other divisions. But I would agree with his assessment of Nova Scotia.
And did you ever see a disconnect between the levels that, say, the province or the municipalities determined that they were able to afford and what the RCMP assessed was the need, or what the RCMP's ask was for that particular geographical area?
Yes, and that would be something like we discussed that would go into a multi-year financial plan or a business case out of cycle.
Okay, so out of cycle, can you just clarify that?
Because
please, again?
so your multi-year financial plan is something that we work on all year, and that we submit it with what we see as priorities for resources. The out of cycle business case is something that we see as a special need that just comes up. So that's how we ask for funding and resources, and working with the municipalities. You're correct. They can't afford it, then you won't get any more resources. So Deputy Brennan's assessment of that is correct.
If you didn't get the ask that you had made based on the assessment of what the need was, what were the options available to you or the recourses available to you to address that?
Well, not many, as you can imagine, but we would fill holes, like you have maternity leaves, paternity leaves, people that are long-term ODS, and we would fill those gaps in the resourcing with say traffic services, because they're not responding to 911 calls like our people are in the communities. So that's how we would fill the gaps going forward.
So there's no recourse vis-a-vis the province for
No.
obtaining
No,
additional resources under the PPSA.
no.
So just my final question for you, Assistant Commissioner. As you know, the National Police Federation is particularly interested in resourcing from the perspective of its impact on officer safety and member wellness. So can you offer us any perspective on how the issue of resourcing may have an impact on officer safety or member wellness?
Well, what we're finding, particularly in the aftermath of this tragic event, that we had a number of police officers affected by the trauma. So we had a lot of holes to fill, but also what we're doing to augment it is you have too many people working too much overtime. So it's going to be an obvious burnout, right? So that would be an obvious one, but it's just not sustainable to continue forward. I did note that this year, I believe that there has been an approval of 6 additional police officers for Northeast Nova. That's something that came out of the multi-year financial plan, but it's just, it's a vicious circle, for lack of a better term. You don't have enough resources. You're using the resources that you do have on overtime, and it's not sustainable.
And would you agree with me also that staff shortages of the nature that you're describing might mean that members are unwilling to take time off that they may need for mental health reasons because they're concerned about what that will mean for their colleagues that they're leaving short-staffed?
Yes.
And did you see that in your time as commanding officer in H
Yes.
Division? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman, is that the proper way to address you?
Yeah, it's a bit of a long handle though.
Sure.
So if you just want to call me Miss Bergerman, or actually I'm not a Miss anymore. You can call me Ms.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So my name is Tom McDonald. I'm counsel for Sean McLeod, who lost his brother Scott in Wentworth on the morning of April 19th, 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to jump around a little bit for a few different topics. And the first thing I wanted to ask you about was the response in Portapique, and I wanted to put it in some context for you. So you retired last October 2021? Yes. Okay. I take it, though, you've probably been following the work of the commission to some extent, have you?
Have I been following?
Yes.
Not a lot. I have not. Just because I've been out of the country and
sure.
areas of
right.
sketchy internet, but no.
So the commission has heard evidence in terms of the response in the early hours of the 18th in Portapique, where you have the risk manager, which H Division policy says runs the response in a critical incident until the critical incident commander assumes command and announces that command. And as we know, the critical incident commander West was coming from Halifax. So there was about a 2.5 hour gap until he got to the area and announced that he was in command. So my question is this: we've heard evidence that would suggest there may have been, in the early hours, the first few hours of the critical incident, confusion in the command structure in terms of who was running the response, whether it was the risk manager, as policy would say it should have been, or whether it was the risk manager and other commanders in North Nova assisting, well-intentioned, but overlapping. Do you think there was confusion in the command structure that night?
Oh, well, I can't speak to that specifically because I don't know exactly what, who was doing what or saying what, and that's kind of an operational level of decisions. I know you had some very capable people in the early onset of this trying to bring some semblance and get the resources that they need, but specifically, I can't speak to the level of confusion.
So you personally wouldn't have seen or conducted any kind of a review of the response yourself?
No.
All right. In your view, now looking in overview, 2.5 years later or so, was the response adequate to the critical incident in Portapique?
I think the response and the members that were there did the best that they can with what they had at the time. And it was a extraordinary event. And I believe that everybody did the best that they can at the time. Now we're learning, 2.5 years later, about communication breakdowns and things of that nature, which is what I would expect. And that these are the things that we can help improve going forward. But my answer to that is they did the best that they can with what they knew and what they had at the time.
I'm going to move to strategic, I guess it would fall under RCMP strategic communications, but public communications, that topic during the mass casualty. So we've heard evidence that, as I understand it, the RCMP weren't fully aware of the existence of Alert Ready for use.
No, I have never, and I've been in the RCMP for 36 plus years, never heard of an Alert Ready being used for a dynamic police situation.
But the suggestion from some witnesses at this commission was that the RCMP should have been well aware of it, that it could have been used. And do you think, if that's true, that it's acceptable that the RCMP was not aware of it, that the education wasn't there to know it could have been used?
I certainly wasn't aware of any education or that it was something that could be used in that type of a dynamic situation.
We've also heard evidence, and Corporal Jennifer Clark, now retired, who was here, and she spoke about, she, as you know, was in the strategic communications, the longest 28 minutes of her life before the tweet was sent about the fully marked police car, and that was, in her view and the view of others, a long time. Do you think that's acceptable, the internal delay in approving and sending a tweet like that within the RCMP?
No, I think that can be and has been streamlined to my knowledge. And obviously that was learned early on about the delay. And I believe now we've got where we can have a strategic comms person within a critical incident command center that I think would help alleviate those delays in messaging going out and approval processes. But that's my sense of what I know.
Earlier this morning to Ms. Young, you mentioned in your evidence that your view was, and if I have it wrong, tell me, that some things went well and some things went very well in terms of the overall response, if I can put it that way, with the mass casualty from the RCMP's perspective. Am I getting that right?
Just about, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll explain that. Yeah, I think there were some communication breakdown. There's some failures in that regard, but the IARD and the members that showed up, the first responders, that 2 stacked up and went in, and then a 3rd came in. Heroic. ERT's efforts under really challenging circumstances, I thought were heroic, and the eventual locating and eliminating the perpetrator, I think was also very well done.
So looking back now, again, 2 years plus since the incident, can you help us this afternoon by telling us, in your view, as the Assistant Commissioner formerly running H Division, what things didn't go so well?
Well, from what I'm hearing, I don't know directly because I haven't been listening to all the evidence here. I think some of the radio communications and communications between the command posts and people on the ground could have been better. Communications with the public, streamlining of the messaging coming out, coordination of where members could be and where, and maybe having community members closer to a command center so they would know about the obscure roads that maybe aren't on a mapping system. Those are all things that I think we can learn from, and I'm hoping that a lot of this comes out of this commission, like these facts. But those would be my thoughts.
Because the commission has a forward-looking mandate in terms of its recommendations. Yeah. Do you have any more recommendations you might like to suggest to the commission this morning on topics?
Well, my main recommendation, and I think is very important, is the resourcing levels. And under the circumstances, it would have been helpful to have more resources that we could draw from during the event. So that would be my recommendation.
You mentioned this morning, I think it was in relation to the First Nations fisheries issues, that members from other divisions were brought in to assist Nova Scotia.
Yes.
Generally speaking, if that was necessary with a critical incident involving a mobile active shooter in a rural area, are those kinds of costs that are associated with the RCMP, in other words, taking people from one division to help in another division, are they tracked and are they recoverable?
Under Article 9, so for example, in the fisheries, we had invoked Article 9, which gives me the ability to bring in resources from other divisions, and those funds or the money spent for those resources is recoverable by other divisions. And the same thing happened to in the aftermath of this tragedy, where we had members come in from other divisions to come help augment the most impacted detachments in Northeast Nova and Enfield and in around that area. So, and those resources came here too under Article 9 of the PPSA.
Again, in line with the forward-looking thinking of the commission, and this touches on some of the evidence this morning about the report with the wellness report. Would it be helpful, just in a general sense, if it doesn't already exist, for senior members of the RCMP in this province, at least, where your work is, and we know you do urban work, but also mainly in rural areas as well, to actually from time to time have a mandated number of days where they would actually go on patrol, leave Halifax or leave the office and go in these rural areas to get back to their roots in terms of seeing firsthand the problems that the members might face in terms of resources, response, containment, those things?
Well, I think it's certainly a concept and something that can be considered, but realistically, the Halifax members are overtasked as well and have shortages. So to have members leave Halifax to go up into the rural part of Nova Scotia, not that they don't do it, because they do, and they go up and do overtime shifts. But I think the cross knowledge for members to go to each community, I think is beneficial. And is it something that could be looked at and be a recommendation for the commission? You know, I think it's something that might be beneficial.
So you can tell me if I'm wrong, but you may have misunderstood part of my question, so maybe I put it poorly. But so what I'm saying is, if we were winding back 2 years, for example, when you were still here, would it be beneficial for the assistant commissioner in H division, the criminal operations officer in H division, someone who has who then was Superintendent Campbell's position in H division, to physically go out from time to time with members in cars?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
So like ride-alongs and
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
and that does happen.
Okay. All right. Does it happen in the rural areas?
Yes.
I want to turn to the request by senior commanders of the RCMP and H division for the internal RCMP review. And I'm speaking of that request that was put forward by Chief Superintendent Leather, Chief Superintendent Robin, Superintendent Campbell, as he then was, and there was a draft letter and there was an email chain. I don't need to show you any of that, but were you aware of their request?
I was not aware of the actual document that I was shown. Like I had not seen the document. I was aware of the concept.
Okay. Did you support the concept?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us this morning who would have had the final say in the RCMP hierarchy to deny the request?
I don't have direct knowledge of it.
Okay. Do you have any anecdotal knowledge?
Well, I believe it was CNIP, and I don't have direct knowledge, but Dennis Daly.
And where would he have been located, Ottawa?
He was the assistant commissioner in contract and Indigenous policing.
Okay. I can't leave without speaking about one of the latest issues that has come up in the last 4 or 5 weeks here, which of course is this suggestion, more than a suggestion, by senior RCMP commanders about political interference in their investigation, there being the RCMP investigation of the mass casualty in Nova Scotia. And to refresh your memory, Superintendent Campbell, if I have it right, says there was, and Chief Superintendent Leather said he didn't have that impression when he cut off the phone call with the commissioner, but that's his view now. Now is in a couple of weeks ago when he was here. What's your view, retired assistant commissioner?
After that phone call, that was my impression as well.
That there was political interference?
Yeah, attempted.
Okay, attempted, yep, okay. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, retired assistant commissioner. My name is Josh Bryce, and I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court, and I work with their surviving sons, Harry and Corey, and their extended family. Pour a glass of water here. Excuse me for a moment. So just to confirm, you remained in the role as commanding officer for this province for roughly 18 months after this mass casualty event?
Yeah, so April 2020 to
October 2021?
October 2020.
Yeah. So I want to talk first about Cobequid Court. So Cobequid Court is a street within Portapique. There's roughly 5 homes on it. It contains 5 victims of this mass casualty event. We know that Cobequid Court had not been canvassed for roughly 19 hours after the commencement of this mass casualty event began. When did you learn this fact?
Couple months after, maybe a month after. And I can't speak to how they cleared the area or how they did the scenes because I wasn't there. And that
Well, they didn't clear the area. That's
no,
the
but
issue.
how they cleared scenes or sites. I don't know how they did it and what their methodology was, but I was aware that there was that delay in that area.
Okay. So we know, and there has been a supplementary report authored by this commission, indicating that after ERT had been called out at roughly 9:30 in response to the Lillian Campbell homicide, that when members left, that essentially the area remained uncanvassed from 9:30 a.m. until 4:46 p.m. that same day on the 19th. Do you know why no one in command directed members to search all of Portapique?
I can't speak to that directly because that wasn't something or a decision that I would make on the ground. No, I don't.
Okay, and so you don't know why that occurred?
No, I don't.
Do you know why the RCMP did not, if it's a resourcing issue, and that's an issue we've heard, we didn't have the resources, we were dealing with Wentworth and so on. Do you know why the RCMP would not have called Truro Police, members from one of the other 50 detachments within Nova Scotia to help conduct a proper crime scene management and canvassing of Portapique?
No, I don't know why those decisions were made by the people on the ground at that time.
Are you aware of any efforts to deploy resources from outside Bible Hill to canvass Portapique on April 19th?
Sorry.
Are you aware of any efforts by RCMP to gather resources from other jurisdictions on April 19th to canvass Portapique?
For a specific canvassing purpose? No, I'm not.
For crime scene management and for canvassing?
No, I think eventually that happened. Once we had eliminated the perpetrator, but I can't speak to who was making those calls and who was the site commander making those decisions on the ground.
You would agree that this was a clear failing by the RCMP to canvass Cobequid Court in a reasonable period of time?
I think it's a very unfortunate situation and at a very unfortunate time.
It's unfortunate, but it's also a failing. Would you agree?
Well, when it takes 19 hours to find a crime scene, I would say, but again, I would add that it was a very extraordinary event that we were dealing with.
You would say what? Sorry, you didn't, I asked you.
A very extraordinary event that we were dealing with and probably needed more resources on the ground.
So my question, you haven't responded to it. You would agree that this was a clear failing by the RCMP to canvass Portapique?
Well, I think we canvassed it, but I think it took too long for us to canvass.
So are you satisfied with the canvassing and crime scene management within Portapique on April 19th?
Not when it takes 19 hours to find a crime scene.
Can we agree that that was a failing of the RCMP?
Well, I don't want to blame people on the ground when I wasn't there to canvass or do it myself or be the site commander, but it's obviously, if it takes 19 hours to find a crime scene, that's a failure to have the appropriate resources in place to do it.
Thank you. And here's the other question I have. So I've looked at the subject matters for the issues management team. I've looked at the proposal for internal reviews, the scope of after action reports. Can you tell me why there was no internal review about the crime scene management or canvassing within Portapique?
No, I cannot.
Yeah. Wouldn't that seem to be a logical place to conduct a review?
I think it will be an after action review or a critical incident review. I think that would be logical.
Yeah. So what are some of the reasons? You've indicated a few, but just if you could just summarize for my benefit, why has the RCMP held off in conducting these reviews?
Well, capacity is one, and ongoing investigation would be another. I don't think that going forward now, and we have the Mass Casualty Commission, I think that's something that will be looked at by the new CO.
Do you think that the next active shooter is going to wait until these reviews are complete?
Well, I can't comment on that.
You understand that delays, we're now 2 years post, without a review of these very obvious defects in the response. And those defects could cost lives if we had an active shooter tomorrow in this province. Would you agree?
No.
You don't agree?
No, I think we have on the critical things that we learned. communication, alert ready, radios. I think we've filled the gaps there. Again, I refer to a report from Chief Superintendent O'Malley about some things that have been gaps that have been filled, but I wouldn't, I would say we're in a better position. Is it perfect? No. But I do think reviews are going to be important to do. And we would have to make sure that we have the right people doing the reviews and that we have the capacity to do it. And I would echo what Chief Superintendent Campbell said, is that perhaps the people in this division are not the right ones to do that review.
Well, let's talk about a review. The first place to likely start in a review is to identify the issues, correct?
Yes.
So how do you even know that you know what the issues are without conducting a review?
Well, they've been identified through the investigation.
And specifically, let's look at the crime scene management and the canvassing of Portapique. What issues were identified?
Well, I can't speak to that. I would have
Well, you were
to-
there 18 months post-event, right?
Right, but
so tell me.
I don't have the intimate details of crime scene management.
So what did you do in your role as top officer in this province for the 18 months post mass casualty to take a look at the crime scene management and the canvassing issue that occurred in Portapique?
Well, I did, for me, that wouldn't be my role. That would be something that I would rely on your team commander, your command triangle, Darren Campbell, to do that analysis and decide on what review and what's required. For myself and Chief Superintendent Leather, we wouldn't be down in that at that level to have an understanding.
But you're the top official in the RCMP in this province, correct?
I was.
Yes, for 18 months
Yeah.
post mass casualty. So why do you say that that would not be part of your role? I would think that that would be very relevant, an important part of your role, which is oversight at the top.
Well, I had people underneath me that were looking after that, and nobody had reported to me that we should do a review on crime scene management. And I would think that that would be part of an overall review.
And so, last question on this subject. So you personally are not aware of any effort you made to either give
No.
someone direction to conduct this review?
No.
And you did not receive any feedback from others that they were embarking on this review?
No.
And as far as you know, the 18 months as of when you left, that did not take place and was not underway?
No, there's been no after action review.
So I just want to, and actually my next topic is understanding what in fact your role was as the commanding officer for the province. You gave a statement, I've reviewed it thoroughly, but I don't have a clear idea of what your role as commanding officer was and what you would do on a day-to-day basis, for example. Can you just summarize for me what your role was?
Well, as the commanding officer, you have the overall responsibility for the province, but you have subordinates that report to you and are your direct reports that advise you on what's going on. And my role was also to develop partnerships and relationships and work with the province and our Indigenous leaders and leaders within the community. Specifically, if there you have a question as to my role.
Yes, so these types of, like this extreme event.
Yeah.
What is your involvement?
Well, my involvement was early on in the morning. I was aware of a shooting the evening of the 18th, but I didn't become aware of any of details until early in the morning of Sunday on the 19th. And my responsibility would be to attend and support the ongoing investigation. And at that point, we still had an active shooter, and to also keep the minister and the deputy informed as to what was going on.
So this is April 2020. Were you working at home due to COVID at this time?
No.
Okay. So where were you working out of?
I was off duty on, I was working out of headquarters, H Division headquarters
Which was located where at that time?
in Burnside.
Burnside. But you were off duty on April 18th?
Yes.
Okay. So on April 18th, we know that you received a phone call. You didn't make any notes. You indicated that you didn't have a notebook.
I didn't get a phone call. I got
Or sorry,
a text.
a text. My
Yeah.
apologies. A text. You did not, I don't think we've seen the text. Have you produced that text? Do you still have that text?
That text was disclosed along with, because it was Chris Leather who I got the text from. That would have been where the disclosure was.
You disclosed it to your counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
and
through the H Strong.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, I disclosed everything that I had as far as notes and text as it related to this.
What did the text say, to the best of your recollection?
Just that we have a shooting up in a rural part of Northeast Nova. We'll keep you posted.
And then you did make some notes the next morning at 7 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And that's call from Chris Re-Shooter, text Minister and Brennan, and you talked about that during your interview, and I won't get into it again. But that's, so up until, and I'm going to get into the situational report that was done at 9:30 that same day, that was done on your behalf. But the only note I have from you up until 9:30 is this 7 a.m. entry with 2 lines of text, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So if we can pull up Comm 15960, please, Madam Registrar. Do you recognize this situational report?
I'd have to read it. And who's it from?
This was Dwayne, and
Okay.
Ms. Young had put this to you during your interview.
Pardon me?
Ms. Young had put this to you, had put this before you during your interview,
Okay.
before the commission. And you can see below the line, it says, on behalf of Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman,
Yes.
H Division Commanding Officer, and you were asked questions about this and your knowledge of this. But I got the sense that you did not recall seeing this email.
I didn't see the actual situational report before it went out.
Okay.
I had an idea of what the contents were.
So if we go to background, and this was in fact sent on your behalf, correct?
Sorry?
This was sent on your behalf?
So Dwayne Cooper would have been sending it on my behalf just as a quick update for national headquarters.
And you consented to this being sent on your behalf?
Yes.
Okay, so how did he know to send it? Did he speak to you and say, I've drafted this email?
I don't
wish to
recall.
send?
I don't recall.
Okay, so I just wish to look at the background. So it says on April 18th at 2200 hours, a 911 call was received reporting shots fired in Portapique, Nova Scotia. Next bullet point, initial police response and investigation revealed multiple victims had been shot. It was also discovered residents, outbuildings, and vehicles had been set on fire in the area. So the first point, which you've covered already, but there's no reference to the fact that the 1001 911 call by Ms. Blair had mentioned the fact that there was a police car in the driveway, right? You don't mention a police car in this email, do you?
In this, no, we don't.
Okay. Nor the fact that the children, when they called, had referenced a police car as well. You don't mention that in this email either, do you?
I wasn't aware of it at this time.
So what due diligence, if any, did you do to make sure that this situational report going to the chain of command was accurate?
I was relying on the members that were drafting the document that had better information than I had.
So I'm going to jump to bullet point 3. Witnesses reporting the shooter left the area on foot. Do you see that note?
Yeah.
What evidence did you have, or are you aware of even today, that there was any witness reporting the shooter had left on foot?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. I'm going to suggest to you that the only evidence suggested that was that the perpetrator was mobile.
I can't speak to that.
You don't know why this was sent on your behalf, indicating that the witnesses reported the shooter left the area on foot?
I think it was a snapshot at time and what they knew at the time. And I can't speak to it. This is the information that Dwayne Cooper would have had.
Yeah.
And I can't give you any more details as to why things were admitted and why things were put in there and what information Dwayne Cooper had at the time.
Okay.
I don't know.
So in the 18 months post mass casualty, did you come across any information from anyone suggesting that there was a witness reporting the shooter left on foot?
No.
So just in regards to, you had spoke during your direct about some of the tensions that exist with the municipal police forces. And one of the points you had raised was your belief that perhaps it had something to do with the RCMP's efforts to impose policing standards. Did I characterize that fairly?
I wouldn't say impose, but
Adopt.
yeah, I think it's important for policing agencies within a province to have policing standards.
Can you speak to the municipal policing agencies' initiatives to adopt policing standards in this province?
Not specifically. I am aware that there are a number, maybe 3 or 4, a handful of the municipal chiefs that are on a working committee with the Department of Justice to establish the policing standards.
So given this concern over standards that you're articulating, can you help me understand why the RCMP in some years failed to cooperate with provincial audits on certain types of matters, such as the domestic violence audit that was done by the province in 2017, 2018. In some years they participated. For example, the sex assault audits that occurred in 2016, 2017, the major crime audits they participated in 2017. So given the concerns about standards, why not voluntarily participate in audits conducted by the Department of Justice in this province?
I can't speak to those that you're speaking of, why the decision was made.
As commanding officer during your tenure, you were never aware of this or the rationale behind it?
Well, they're from 2017, 2016? No.
Well, you came in January 2019, right?
Right.
So from January 2019 to October 2021, you can't speak to why the RCMP participated or did not participate?
No, I cannot.
Did you give anyone direction to the RCMP? Sorry, did you give anyone direction to either participate or not participate?
No.
I'm just, that strikes me as something that would be fully within your purview as the top officer within this province. We're talking policing.
Audits and reviews are typically within working with the province from the Criminal Operations Office. And then that it would be something that would be reported up to me from the Criminal Operations Officer.
But you wouldn't be, as part of a mission statement, giving a directive as to whether they should participate or not?
I don't know what audits were going on. I didn't have any requests for a participation in an audit to myself. The only one I had was a email from Candace Thomas, who wanted the participation of somebody on I believe it was a sexual violence committee.
And just in terms of the municipal police forces, so can you tell me, did you ever visit, for example, Truro Police Station, Bridgewater Police, Cape Breton Regional Police? Have you been to their
Yes.
detachments? All
Yes.
three? Yeah.
I actually worked very closely with the chiefs in my tenure as the chair of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police for the Drug Committee. So I worked really closely with the municipal chiefs for training because we had taken on the opioid crisis. And we did a lot of training and workshops in all the communities throughout the province, which was funded by the province.
Thank you. I just wish to turn to, we have notes that have been disclosed that were sent to us by email And I have copies here, commissioners. It's the notes of Miss Scanlon, Leah Scanlon. Thank you. I'm just conversing with Commission Council commissioners just to
Yeah, I presume you're going to ask her about a document that we only have paper copies of, is that right? Yes. And they've been circulated appropriately. Thank you. Have these already, they'll have to be marked as an exhibit, I presume then?
And they'll be marked as Exhibit 4157.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So these are notes of Ms. Scanlon, Strategic Communications, the director. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 112. Okay, this is in the context of, it says at the top, alert ready. And again, this is Ms. Scanlon's notes in regards to discussions she had with you. Okay, so if you can go to see at the top where it says page 112.
Mm-hmm.
And you see where it says alert ready, meeting with DOJ, Minister Fury, Chris Leather, and it lists a bunch of names. And then further down it says Lee, the third paragraph, 911 system.
Yep.
Okay, and let me just back up. This is in relation to the meeting that took place on April 28th. And
Sorry.
the notes.
Sorry, you lost me here.
Okay, so these notes, the date stamp that's a few pages before is April 28th. Well, let me go through the content and then we can perhaps worry about the date later. Okay. Do you
It's
recall?
right on page 109, the first entry.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah. April 28th, they're on page 109. Does that help refresh your memory?
It is 109, and it does say April 28th. But when you go to what you're talking about, or alert ready meeting with DOJ and Minister Fury, that was
Yes.
not on April 28th.
Well, okay. What day was that on?
I have no idea.
Was it after April 28th or before?
Yeah, I believe so, because I was not in the office on April 28th. I was in detachments.
Okay. So the content I want to deal with is comments that are attributable to you and just discuss them very briefly because you did touch on this during your interview. But it's in the third paragraph, it says 911 system and IES. And can you please tell us what IES stands for?
Integrated Emergency System.
Thank you. The 911 system and the emergency integrated system was overwhelmed and then inundated is at the top. Do you recall making those comments? And the next line says post alert.
This was at a meeting with Minister Fury, and this is what was reported to me by now Superintendent Dustine Rodier. And this is just a kind of an introduction of what we wanted to talk to Minister Fury about. Excuse me. And then Dustine Rodier explained, because she's got some expertise in that area, as to what happened.
So do you now accept that you did not have the evidence at that time to suggest that the 911 system in Nova Scotia was overwhelmed due to an alert?
No, I don't accept that.
You don't accept that?
No.
So what's the evidence that the 911 system was overwhelmed?
We have data that we supplied to KPMG
Yes.
that I'm sure the commission has that report.
We do have it. Yep.
And
It's a commission report.
And I think that it's safe to say that a risk analysis would have to be attached to an alert ready, because it's important given the research that was done, that in order to be able to get all the 911 calls and not miss any, that you have the appropriate resources in place.
So the specific data that you're referring to in this province is the April 24th use of the alert, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
And the suggestion in the KPMG report that 29% of those calls were, they're being referred to as abandoned.
As, pardon me?
Abandoned
Okay.
or dropped or dismissed.
Yeah, I haven't seen the KPMG report.
So here's my question, but do you now appreciate, and you can agree or disagree, that the fact that there were 29% of the calls not answered by the first PSAP station does not mean they were dropped? That only means they were transferred to the next PSAP station, and you have no evidence to suggest that at any time was your 911 system overwhelmed?
Well, that's new to me, so I would have to review a report that you're suggesting that says that before I can agree or disagree with your assertion.
Okay, but what due diligence did you do? Because these are comments, this is information that's being relayed to the minister. It's a line that I've heard from the RCMP when we started this mass casualty event. Who investigated, to your knowledge, this claim that 29% of these calls on this April 24th use of the alert were abandoned? Who examined that data, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, at that time, it would have been Glenn Byrne, who was in charge of the OCC, and Dustine Rodier, who has some experience. And they were the ones that did the data research on that and would have provided it to KPMG.
Are you aware of...
Mr. Bryson, sorry.
Thank you. I'm just
Ms.
going to
McPhee.
point out that in Ms. Scanlon's notes, she actually wrote notes that the 911 system in IES was overwhelmed post-alert. So just for accuracy, I don't think there's any assertion in Ms. Scanlon's notes that Ms. Bergerman made any such assertions of 29% of dropped calls. I think he's mixing the ultimate KPMG report with perhaps these notes and the attribution to Ms. Bergerman. So just for clarity, I think she said overwhelmed is the reference in Ms. Scanlon's notes, which she can speak to.
Okay, just for clarity, Mr. Bryson, you were referring to the notes, and I think you may then have gone on to the KPMG report. So just make the distinction clear for the witness, if you don't mind.
Yes, and it's my understanding that this, in fact, does relate to the ready alert, that when you're referring to the 911 system being overwhelmed, it's in the context of deploying the ready alert.
Well, this is what Leah Scanlon has written. I again, to agree with your assertion that there wasn't any drop calls, I would need to see that report. I haven't seen that.
And we can forget about Leah Scanlon's notes for a second. Yeah. It was your position up until recently that the 911 system was overwhelmed when the alert was issued on April 24th,
That's
right?
what I was told.
Yeah, and you now understand that to be false?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen any documentation put towards me that is not correct.
Okay, and did you make any efforts to inform yourself post April 24th, prior to your leaving on October 2021, to discern if those concerns were valid or not, personally?
Well, we had a committee set up to examine those concerns, plus the alert ready system, to come up with a policy, plus to have KPMG do a risk analysis based on the data that we had.
I'm going to leave it there. And I apologize, commissioners, I have gone over the time that I estimated, but they are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Pineo?
Customary for us to begin by saying who each lawyer or law firm represents, and my firm, Patterson Law, has regularly simply said a majority of those affected, but today I'd like to take just a couple of moments and read through the list of names I think it's important that everybody is remembered front and center here. So Patterson Law represents the family of Alana Jenkins, the family of Sean McLeod, the family of Tom Begley, the family of Kristen Beaton and her unborn child, the family of Greg Blair, the family of Jamie Blair, the individual Mallory Colpitts, the individual Daryl Curry, the family of Heather O'Brien, the individual Clinton Ellison, the individual Richard Ellison, the family of Corey Ellison, the family of Don Madsen, the family of Frank Galenchin, the individual Adam Fisher, the individual Carol Fisher, the family of Lisa McCulley, the individual Greg Muse, the individual, the late Bernie Murphy, the individual Deborah Tebow, the family of Joey Weber, the family of John Zoll, and the family of Elizabeth Thomas. Ms. Bergerman, on or about June of 2021, 911 tapes were leaked to a local magazine regarding the Andrew McDonald and Greg and Jamie Blair families. Do you recall that incident?
Yes,
And you were in charge at that time?
yes,
And an investigation into that leak was promised. Do you recall that?
yes, and it was embarked upon by an independent police agency.
Yes, Ontario, correct?
Yes,
Yes, and to date has, or at least until the time you left in October of 2021, was that leak identified?
it was still ongoing, the investigation, when I left.
To your knowledge, has it been identified or released since?
No,
Prior to you leaving in October of 2021, did you inquire as to the progress of that report?
that investigation, we remained independent of it. And I didn't have any progress reports from the OPP up until the time I left.
The answer to my question was no.
No.
Okay. Prior to, or sorry, you gave a statement to the Mass Casualty Commission earlier this summer, correct?
Yes.
And in preparing for that statement, were you advised by legal counsel or anybody to not discuss any issues?
No.
Or any restrictions in any way put on your testimony?
No.
Same question for your testimony here today.
No.
In the province of Nova Scotia, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there are three levels of service that the RCMP provides. One is as the national police force, one is as the provincial police force, and one is by way of municipal service by contract with individual municipalities, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And the issues that the national police force deals with would be things like terrorism, security for federal politicians or provincial politicians, visits from the Queen, those sorts of things, correct?
Those are very, those are some of them, but they deal with all what we call serious and organized crime. So traditional organized crime, border integrity, Marine Watch, terrorism,
okay.
Those
sure.
are a few.
Sure. Issues that are greater than just Nova Scotia.
Yes.
And in terms of the provincial police force, and you can add to my list, I'm just going to suggest some examples, but the provincial police force would be in charge of matters such as a crime that crosses different municipal borders, for example.
Correct.
Major crime unit.
Yes.
The sending information to the crime lab in Ontario.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We have, you mean to our lab
Yes.
Yes, we have a lab in national headquarters.
What other sorts of jurisdiction does the provincial police force have?
jurisdiction, well, we
Yes.
have the frontline policing, we have the community policing, we have Indigenous policing, we have, oh boy, traffic services, to name a few.
And then on the municipal level, at least in the jurisdictions that the RCMP is the contract municipal police force, they would deal with purely local criminal matters, correct? Responding to local 911 calls, being in the community policing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when resources are required in a local area, resources of the provincial police force are required in a local area, I take it that, is there some sort of a budget balancing done after the fact?
Are you talking about specialized services?
Yes.
So if I need.
EMERT, ERT.
Yeah, so you need major crime in Bible Hill? Or you need major crime in Stewiacke? Is that your question?
Yes.
So if it's RCMP jurisdiction, there is no cost recovery with municipalities.
Okay, that's purely a provincial matter and it comes out of the provincial budget?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you gave testimony when the National Police Federation asked you questions regarding Colchester specifically. And the question was prefaced by a more general question, which was that the municipality is responsible for setting policing levels and paying for it. And you agreed with that proposition.
Well, the municipality is, and in conjunction with, depending on their split of the cost share, the province Department of Justice and the Public Safety Minister.
Correct. So, but it is the municipality that's responsible for approving the policing level in the municipality.
And well, they're responsible for the funding for it.
Yes. And I think at least the impression that you left when those questions were asked of you was it was squarely the municipality that makes the decision on policing levels.
Well, they would pay. They would pay the lion's share of a member.
Sure. But what I'm talking about is setting the level, the number of police officers, the local resources. You left the impression in your testimony that it was purely the municipality that sets that level.
The municipality works with the Department of Justice and our planning section that does all the number crunchings for policing requirements and the number of police officers that you need for a certain amount, whatever the population is, and the area, like geographical area.
Okay. And you're aware, I assume from your position as commanding officer, that in Colchester between 2009 and 2020, the municipal council consulted with the local RCMP detachment in terms of their budgetary resources. Are you aware of that?
Generally, but I don't have the details.
I'm going to suggest to you, and perhaps it will jog your memory, that between those years, 2009 and 2020, Colchester would receive the request from the Bible Hill Detachment for their policing levels and their resource requirements. And in every one of those years, between 2009 and 2020, that budget was approved. Do you have knowledge of that?
No, I don't. I can't speak to that specifically.
I'm going to just read to you from a letter that Mayor Blair from Colchester County sent to the Mass Casualty Commission on December 14, 2020, and I don't believe it's been exhibited, but I'll just, my intention is to read a paragraph to her and see if she has knowledge of that.
Okay.
So the paragraph on page 7 is, the municipality is not an expert in the provision of policing services. Over past decades, it has relied on the RCMP to provide guidance on the staffing levels required to meet Colchester County's policing needs, and on the Minister of Justice to confirm that staffing levels under the PPSA are adequate. So do you have knowledge of that is how Colchester conducted its business regarding the RCMP?
Not specifically.
Okay. Does that sound like the proper procedure to be followed, though?
Well, I would expect that the CAO for Colchester, working with our planning division and the Department of Justice, would develop a formula for an appropriate number of resources.
The next paragraph says, the municipality has never refused a request for an increase in police funding or increased police services put forward by the RCMP.
I can't speak to that specifically.
Okay, thank you. You're aware generally that that one of the major concerns of the RCMP from the members on up to command following the mass casualty event was a lack of resources.
Yes.
Yeah. And depending on which group of members or commanders were speaking, it would depend on who was responsible for the resourcing that they say was lacking.
Yes.
Yeah, so for example, if the ERT team said that they were lacking in resources, well, that would be a provincial issue, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that now retired Tim Mills and current, I think he's a corporal, Milton, had some pretty heavy criticisms of the lack of resources that they had on April 18th and April 19th.
Yes.
And did you have actual knowledge of those lack of resources, or were you relying on them?
Sorry, before or after? April. Just so I understand your question. When are you pose a question, is your question before the mass casualty or after the mass casualty?
It was the lack of resources during and the criticisms following.
Thank you.
Sure. I hope that clarified my question.
No, and we have over the years been trying to fill resources within ERT so that we had a complement of which is considered kind of a minimum standard, which is 12, and I understand that that has just recently been approved. But to go to Mayor Blair's comments, and they've always approved, and I would need to see the letters back and forth between our planning section and the Department of Justice and from her where that indicates that. So I can't comment on what she says about approvals of resourcing because I certainly wasn't aware of that. Plus, I'm not aware of any documentation that has that.
You're responding to one of my earlier questions.
Well, it goes to the resourcing, right? In Colchester.
Talking about ERT right now.
Yeah, and ERT, not for the lack of trying, they now have approved those extra resources that they were looking for.
Sure.
Okay. They're also augmented by, there are federal policing resources that are funded within ERT as well.
Okay. So I'm going to go back though to the after action report that that ERT published or drafted, and Tim Mills and Trenton Milton testified quite extensively about it when they were here at the commission, and they listed or ERT listed quite a number of areas of equipment and manpower, person power that was lacking during the mass casualty event. And one of those, and I'm going to ask you if you had knowledge of this before, during, or after the mass casualty event. So the first one was situational awareness, that the common operating picture that that ERT previously had been taken away from them sometime around February of 2020. Did you have knowledge of that?
No, I did not. And I would say again, some of the equipment issues and things that were identified have been, and you have the document here from Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley, where he speaks to what has been resolved with equipment issues and gaps that were identified.
Sure. And I'm not talking, I didn't ask you about what has been resolved since. I'm asking you about what was deficient immediately before and during the mass casualty event. And we can deal, or somebody else can deal with you regarding what has happened since. But that's not what I'm concerned with in my questions. So another complaint, and this is also coming from the after action report, it was also identified that none of the ERT vehicles were equipped with a mobile workstation to be able to utilize SIDS or Versadex within the HRM. Were you aware that that technology was not available to them during the mass casualty event?
No. I think to be clear, there is a ERT after action review that was done. The first time I saw it was last Friday. And as far as I know, it's a draft that has not been approved or sent anywhere.
So the Mass Casualty Commission does not have access to that?
I don't think it was ever sent anywhere.
Okay. So you received a copy of it last Friday, although you're retired?
No, I was shown a copy by Department of Justice.
During your preparation for testimony here today?
Yeah, just have you ever seen the report? And I had not seen it.
Just hope this helps, Mr. Pinion. I think we're talking about the same document, actually.
Sorry?
I think we're talking about the same document.
Oh, we are. Okay. Okay.
I'm just going to clarify that point.
Okay, perfect. I thought she was talking about a newer document, so.
No, it was discussed earlier this morning, I think, that it was a draft and we don't, and in fact, she indicated that it's never been signed off to her knowledge.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to my original question, were you aware that the SIDS and Versadex were not available to ERT during the mass casualty event?
No.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
You since became aware of it because of the after action report?
I haven't read the after action report. I was just shown it last Friday to, first of all, to see if I had seen it, which I had not. And secondly, if I was who had signed it off, because it would have gone through me had it been signed off by somebody, and it hasn't been signed.
You're obviously aware that during the mass casualty event, the RCMP helicopter was not available due to maintenance?
Correct.
Yes, and you're equally aware that the replacement helicopter provided by the province wasn't adequate for conducting a manhunt during the day or night, correct?
That's what I was told, correct.
Yeah, you understand that it didn't have the capability to communicate with people on the ground, for example. It didn't have seeking or infrared capability to see people on the ground, that sort of thing.
That was my understanding.
And again, who supplies the RCMP helicopter? Is that a provincial matter or is that a federal matter?
It's a cost sharing between the Atlantic provinces.
And is there any reason why there's not two? Why there's not, so that there's always that capability in the air at any given time?
I think it comes down to budgets and the availability of a helicopter out of Ottawa could be a secondary resource. But I think it's just the budgeting and the expense of it.
During your tenure as CO, had a second helicopter ever been requested of the province of Nova Scotia?
I believe during the fisheries dispute, we had support of a helicopter out of Ottawa.
Okay, and that was after the mass casualty event by several months? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Prior to the mass casualty event?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware that the general duty vehicles in Nova Scotia did not have their call numbers on the roof of the cars so they could be identified by aerial technology?
No, I was not.
And whose responsibility would it be for marking police vehicles? Would that be a provincial
Yes, with our
responsibility?
fleet management and with the operations, like criminal operations and that support team.
The ERT team that did respond and the EMERT team that did respond during the mass casualty event, they were provincial assets, were they?
And federal.
So they were both?
Well, there are federal resources that are part of ERT.
Okay, so the ERT team that came from the Halifax area and responded, was that a provincial?
Yes,
It
it's a
was.
provincial team.
And who was the federal ERT? Would that be J Division's ERT?
No, there are members that are federally funded within the ERT team.
And did they respond to the mass
Yes.
casualty event?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe they're part of the full-time team.
Okay, so they're part of the team that came out of Halifax and
Yes.
responded? Okay. And they are funded by the federal government in
No.
addition to the provincial government?
Yeah, the provincial government funds the majority.
Okay.
And there are resources within ERT that are funded by federal policing, because there are occasions where federal policing will rely upon these services of the provincial team.
A full ERT complement is 18 members. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
And at the time of the mass casualty event, there were 13, including 5 full-time and 8 part-time. Is that your
Yes.
understanding?
that's my understanding.
And whose responsibility would it have been to bring that number up to a full complement of 18?
This is through the multi-year financial plan and that I spoke of. And my understanding now is that they have the approval for 12 full-time with the next 2 to 3 years to bring it up to
Yeah.
18.
I'm talking about back at the time of the mass casualty event. So whose responsibility would it have been to have supplied the full 18 members, the province or the feds?
Province.
Similarly with the EMRT, is it the same funding formula?
Yes, and for the most part, EMRT, my understanding is they're not all full-time positions.
They're not.
They roll with the ERT team, yes.
Okay. Now, for example, if a member is a member of a municipal police force who's a member of EMERT or ERT, who foots the bill for that person's
Municipal,
participation?
I don't understand your
Sorry,
question.
I'll back up. Could a RCMP member who's a member of a municipal unit that is, say, Colchester, where it's contracted to the RCMP, could one of those members be a member of ERT?
ERT or EMERT?
Either.
Yes, on a part-time basis, yes.
Okay, and who pays that person's costs?
Their overtime and such would be covered by the province.
One of the deficiencies in resources identified by EMERT that occurred during the mass casualty event, but the criticism came afterwards, was a dedicated vehicle with the ability to extricate additional victims if needed. So I think they're just talking about another vehicle for extricating injured persons. Was that a deficiency that you were aware of at the time of the mass casualty event?
No.
How much of a role did you have in overseeing ERT or EMRT in your position as commanding officer?
They reported directly up to Superintendent Campbell at the time, and then Chris Leather. That's who they reported to. They wouldn't report to me. Obviously, if there's any problems or issues, that would be reported to me by Chief Superintendent Leather.
We know during the mass casualty event, the ERT team from J Division came to Nova Scotia to relieve the Nova Scotia ERT sometime in the morning of the 19th. You do recall that, do you?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons that we've heard here for using New Brunswick as opposed to HRP's ERT is that if HRP's ERT, or whatever their equivalent is called, was brought out to rural Nova Scotia, it would leave Halifax unprotected. Do you recall that being one of the reasons that HRP wasn't used?
No, I haven't heard that reasoning. I would think that, and I don't know the direct reasons, but interoperability and the radios and so on could probably be a reason why. And training standards between the two and just the way that they are trained are different.
Okay. So leaving Halifax unprotected, in your view, isn't one of the reasons for?
Not that I'm aware of.
But that would be something you'd be aware of as a commanding officer.
I would think so, that would have been something that I was told.
Were you one of the officers who commissioned the quintet report?
No, I didn't commission it. As I spoke this morning, I went to Deputy Brennan about concerns I had for health and wellness of senior members of my team. And I was looking for suggestions for having independent people help with kind of a wellness plan for these members. And Deputy Brennan suggested that he would work with CHRO at the time, Chief Human Resource Officer, which was Gail Johnson, because he had heard through her that there were independent companies that did that kind of work.
I'm looking now at the wellness report, and I'll just put a couple of propositions to you from it. We can bring it up if we need to, but if I can navigate without having to do that, I will. So at page 7 of the wellness report, the author notes, many pointed to provincial authorities such as ministers of justice, deputy ministers, and others in the Department of Justice who they said for years have underfunded the RCMP on an ongoing basis and have been slow or stingy in implementing Article 9 when needed. And I'll paraphrase and say, the reason given was for the small tax base. Do you agree with that sentiment that that the province has underfunded the RCMP for years?
Generally, I would say yes. And as far as the Article 9, I would say that in the latter part of my tenure, the province was not willing to approve Article 9 for the fisheries dispute. So that became kind of a dispute between province and federal government.
And that occurred after the mass casualty event. Are you aware of any similar, I'll call them disputes, but maybe that's too strong of a word, but any tension points regarding a lack of funding being provided prior to the mass casualty?
Not conflicts or disputes. Generally, what I've already explained is that through the multi-year financial plans and looking for funding and not getting it is, but it didn't mean we had disputes and that we didn't have a working relationship. And as far as Article 9 goes, up until the latter part of my tenure, I always had the support of the province to invoke Article 9 to support not only the aftermath of the Mass Casualty Commission, but the fisheries dispute.
I think you said in your testimony, and forgive me, I can't recall whether it was in your direct testimony or when the National Police Federation questioned you, but you at least intimated that once the province said no, you had no recourse. Am I understanding your testimony correct?
Yeah, I mean, unless I put through a supplemental out of circuit business plan, the funding came from the province, and if there was a denial, then there was really, other than further conversations with the province and the people that advised the ministers as how we approached it.
Thank you. Page 9, there's a comment from the editor has stated, the author has stated, several commented bluntly that attitudes towards policing in Nova Scotia were, quote, 20 years behind the times, end quote, compared to high-tech, high-intensity policing requirements elsewhere in Canada, but said that the Maritimes were reluctant to change or accept advice from outsiders. Do you agree with the sentiment of that statement?
Not in totality, but we are within this division, and that gets back to the policing standards, and just the overall funding picture is not what I would call adequate.
And whose fault is that, or is that because the province wouldn't adopt standards and provide more money?
Well, I think it's been in the works for many years, these policing standards, and now we actually have a committee, my understanding, that's working on it, and it's collaborative with the other police agencies. So I'm hopeful that we'll have some policing standards. And as far as the funding, that's with the province and municipalities. And I think we've made some progress this year with this last multi-year financial plan.
Up to the time of the mass casualty event, was it the province that was dragging its heels in accepting policing standards and providing more money?
I can't specifically speak to that, but it certainly was a challenge. And then, of course, with COVID, there was a lot of provincial funding that was going towards the COVID response.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pinio. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Thought I might get something out of the hot mic there. Too bad. Good job avoiding the questions on the wellness report. Hello, wellness. And the phone call. Very important. Why is it being avoided? The elephant is in the room. You want to talk about stuff that has little relevance? No. Avoiding the questions. Let's maybe in the interim I can bring up. Let's see here. No, that's not the one I want. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Oh. All right, so email chain. Brenda Lucky, Chris Leather, Lee Bergerman, Brian Brannon. Of course, very important to have Brian in there. Brian is the person. I don't know what's going on there with Dennis. Anyway, for sure. So, okay. This is 3:48. You have to look at the times on the 23rd, right? Okay, 3:48. But you also have to look at it because of the time conversions. These are Ontario times, or sorry, these are. My apologies. This is. Coming out of this is Ontario time down here. Okay, so 2:48 Ontario time. Brenda writes on the 23rd. Brenda Lucky writes, "Good afternoon. Wondering if we had the inventory of weapons used and weapons seized. Government of Canada and Minister anxiously awaiting. Thanks in advance." Okay, fair. Moving along. You'll see probably where I'm going with this. Lee writes, "Making the call to CERT for the release to you. Stand by." Okay, so she's pushing CERT. Okay. Writes back 3 minutes later, "Talking to CERT now." Continuing on. Next email in the chain, "Commissioner, the suspect's residence in Dartmouth and Portapique are negative for weapons. The residence in Portapique was burned to the ground. And if there were weapons, they were destroyed." Well, there was a shotgun apparently there. There's a lot of weapons missing. We're talking about guns. Smuggling. Okay. Following path of what is it all discussing? Weapons. Next email. It's 410. Hold on a second here. It gets, where's the sent one? 510. Okay. All right. So, two things with this. One, repeated questions about guns. Then we get a question about, could you give us a chronology? Could you give us a chronology and where is it? Sorry. And the maps and details. See there. Does anybody have the sit rep and outlining the chronology map? Right. It's only later they're concerned about what happened. Only guns. Guns. Doesn't give a shit about anything else. Just guns. Problem. Scary. And that should scare people. All you care about is the guns. For how long? 410, 510. So 510. And when did we start this shit? An hour and a half later. An hour and a half later. Hey, what happened down there? No, it's just an hour and a half of guns. You have the guns. What kind of guns were used? The government of Canada is waiting for the guns. We need the guns. Can you get the list of the guns? Talk to CERT about the guns. Oh yeah, by the way, did something happen? Could you just tell us maybe then? It's just the guns. That's all they're concerned about. I didn't touch on, which is really wrong, right? 23 people murdered. Don't worry about that. Let's just tell us about the guns. This is where their priorities are. Okay, now quintet. Let's look at quintet a little bit more. Quintet, conflict management at work. Okay, wellness report. Just for the white shirts, somebody put in here debriefing. Debriefing, right? You got it. Conflict management at work. Founded in 1993, Quintet is a Canadian consulting firm. Very interesting people in this firm, by the way. With particular expertise in the field of conflict management, prevention, including conducting administrative investigations. You hearing anything about counseling services? Mental well-being? No. Quintet offers the range of industry, including conflict management consulting services to our clients in the public and private sectors, including the federal public service, of course. Very important. Local governments, nonprofits, academic institutions, private businesses. Breadth of diversity allows Quintet to deploy highly skilled teams of professionals to address organizational challenge. You getting it? Our approach is to view the management of people as the integral part of our operations of an organization, directly connected to its performance, ultimate success. Wellness, my ass, had nothing to do with wellness. And a year later, there's that, just one moment. The blacked out email on my Twitter, right? April 14th, 2021. Is there any other information that you were advised not to raise that you think is relevant to the substance of this inquiry? What does Chief Superintendent Chris Leather think that's relevant? Particularly, there were two issues that I raised. One pertained to the phone call and notes around the commissioner, to which there are, right? That's maybe the wink I've got on my Twitter line. The commissioner, and the second refers to what is known as the wellness review. Oh, that's code. It ain't nothing to do with wellness. That was conducted on senior officers on the division last summer and into the fall by an independent party, a consulting firm in Ottawa. focusing on senior officers in Nova Scotia related to the impacts of Portapique, and more specific to myself, I can say for certain that during the course of the interview, not a counseling session, that I had with the consultant or the investigator for that report, and I, on the record, in a recording, made comments about the meeting with the Commissioner Lucky on the 28th. What's that in respect to? Guns. And nobody's asking the question about the two most important things. They're just avoiding it. Who works at Quintet? Counselors? Is that counselors? Who are we? Quintet represents a group of exceptional professionals who are passionate about the work that they do. Our experts combine general management consulting and specialist human resource management expertise in a custom tailored management consulting services. Nothing about counseling. Our consultants come from a diverse set of professional backgrounds, including former administrative judges, lawyers, HR professionals, senior executives, retired officers from Canadian Forces and RCMP, conflict resolution practitioners, and mediators. Wellness? My ass. Wellness? My ass. They were finding out what people knew and who knew what. Go over here. Privy Council Office. The Privy Council Office. The most secretive department, bar none, in the Canadian government. Privy Council Office hires private firm to review harassment claims at Rideau Hall. You guys remember this story? Quintet Consulting Corporation expected to complete final report by later this fall. Julie Payette, remember our former Governor General who got in all kinds of shit. Clean up time. The Privy Council Office has finalized the hiring of a private firm to conduct a workplace review of the Rideau Hall, more than a month after the CBC News reported claims of toxic work environment and harassment claims in the office of Governor General Julie Payette. More than 20 sources, including current public servants and former Rideau Hall employees, have told CBC News Payette created a toxic workplace by yelling at, belittling, and publicly humiliating employees. Payette's second-in-command, longtime friend, Assunta De Lorenzo, also faces claims of bullying staff. Quintet Consulting Corporation out of Ottawa, a firm specializing in workplace conflict management, has been hired to, quote, act independently in confidentially contracting and interviewing current and former Rideau Hall employees about their concerns, according to a statement by the Privy Council Office. What do you think Quintet's doing? A year later, coming in. Shit was starting to hit the fan. Things were leaking out. I'm still tracing it. but it will come out. And that was the whole pretense. That was what you saw, leather, when he's like, my independent counsel. And in the interview, what he did, which was ballsy, to say the least, very ballsy. But you can look at the man, and no offense on you, sir, it's wearing on him. He knows what's going down. I think he knew in his notes. He woke up to a shitstorm, and he's like, uh-oh. I don't think he had any idea about fast and freezies, but he certainly did. And Quintet's got to come in and cover it up. Who are the people that are involved in these email chains? One moment, please. I was hoping to have this ready. I was going to do a stream on it, but there's Leah's email. Now, Leah still, I'm using this in a figurative way. Leah still standing is highly suspect. She should be go out of the RCMP. Big time. You cannot write Commissioner Lucky, the commissioner, and say the things that she said. Imagine you writing your CEO and saying those kinds of things. The RCMP is a little bit more paramilitary organized. So they take it personally, and they don't like people talking out of line. We are constructing an issues management team, Dennis Daly. Nova Scotia for time, right? Issues management team. We're constructing an issues management team. The people that they had out in the media right away, oh, that was a huge clue. Now, here we go, some stuff between Brenda and Rob Stewart. It's an interesting fellow. Zia Astravas. Where is the nice big one? I'm sure I've got it open here somewhere. Janice making a call to cert. Getting those things lined up for you. Where is it here? Taking on water. Better make sure we don't anymore. Because you've got the Prime Minister's office mixed up in this one. You have emergency preparedness. You have the deputy mixed into it. It's a whole heap of shit. And it's going to hit the fan. It's going to hit the fan. Wellness study. Oh, we were just given that at the last moment, said DOJ. Where is Chris's interview? Do I have that lined up here? Darren and Wellness certainly had contacts. Look at even its noting 15 seconds before answering. Go back. I'm going to put that back out, just that portion, and watch. Watch the shit show of when that all goes down day 2. It is unbelievable. Watch Chris Leather. Watch his actions. Watch DOJ. It's spooky. It's spooky. And if lawyers don't ask about this, well, I already am highly suspect here now at this point. I don't like to call people out. I really don't. I try to just kind of let people be. But if you're not going to ask, something's going down. And there's nothing, there is no pair of vice grips here with me. There is nothing holding your tongue. Oh, but no, nothing. You represent your clients to the best of your ability. That is your job. How can you silence people? Tell me. Is anybody forcing anybody? I'm missing it. I'm missing it. Is there a shock collar underneath some of these shirts? No, there's not. They're choosing not to. Oh, but they could get in, some. No. Listen, a lawyer who did that is going to be, everybody's going to be like, that's the lawyer I want. They're going to go balls to the wall for me. Said this before a few times. Where are they? This is really, really big stuff. And you've got the person who can answer because they were there. There's other things that are relevant. Gwyndet. Come on. Privy Council office, Prime Minister's office. Where is that email? Well, we were only given it last. This is from once again, Thomas Cromwell. Justice Thomas Cromwell, Supreme Court of Canada. Some serious concerns. The reactive way, only in a reactive way. Only if you're asked are you supposed to answer. He didn't, though. He said, if he was specifically asked about them, I am concerned if his testimony is accurate in this regard. And if he was given advice to this nature in the context of the interview for the purposes of an inquisitional commission of inquiry, flawed. Anyway, in which participants, especially your clients, have an obligation to assist the commission to achieve the public interest mandate. While I understand that this sort of advice is standard for a witness in a civil litigation, whether testifying or a discovery or a trial, it is in my view, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada for the Atlantic region, not appropriate to give this advice to a senior officer of the RCMP participating in the commission of this inquiry. I would like your assurance that this sort of advice has not and will not be given to other witnesses appearing before interviews with or who testify before the commission. I would be grateful. He's very eloquent in his words. I would also be grateful if you could advise me whether clearly relevant material, whether testimony, documents, or things, has been withheld because it was not specifically requested, either in interviews, testimony, or subpoena. If you don't know about it, how do you ask? You don't. It's just like using a personal phone or a Gmail. You can't really ask for it because you don't know. You know what I'm saying? No general subpoena. It is particularly pressing that we understand. Particularly pressing. What, if any, additional material related to the wellness interviews about which Chief Superintendent spoke has not been produced? And to have it produced immediately, given the commission interviews of Assistant
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Bergerman and Lucky took place this week. Interviews of Deputy Commissioner Brennan and Inspector the real Don Moser are imminent. You're waiting. Why? They stagger the best for last. I find that very interesting. And where's John Robin? And the dates of the appearances of Assistant Commissioner Bergerman and Lucky are coming up quickly. There's another aspect of Chief Superintendent's testimony that was concerning. My understanding is that your client, DOJ, is asserting what is the so-called Wigmore. All right, I'm not going to go into this anymore. The existence of the quintet study was disclosed to us July 6th. July 6th. Come on. Where is it? No. Dates. What's the date? Wednesday, July 6th. Chief Superintendent. Crops. And then the wellness study comes the same day. The summary, to which they will not give a justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. Oh. This man is getting pretty wound up. And I'm liking what I see. And people should be too. Quintet, Privy Council, burying IMT, Robin. Okay? And this isn't something I haven't seen
Welcome
for
back.
a long
The
time.
proceedings are again in session.
2 years. Better ask.
Hello again, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Retired Bergerman. My name is Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex Degu, we represent a family member of Kristen Beaton. Ms. Beaton and her unborn child were murdered by the perpetrator on the morning of Sunday, April the 19th in Debert. I'm going to focus really on one sort of area, which is getting a better understanding of how the McNeil report and its recommendations were implemented and executed in Nova Scotia. So I'll start with just some general questions. From your perspective, who was responsible for ensuring the McNeil report recommendations would have been implemented nationally? And then if there's a different person who would have been responsible for ensuring that they were implemented in the Nova Scotia?
So my understanding, having not been here at that time, but been privy to some of it when I first arrived, the person responsible in this division was the criminal operations officer and her team. So that was Chief Superintendent Marlene Snowman. But it's obviously a team effort. And everybody would have been, her team was heavily involved in implementing those recommendations. And then from a national perspective, the recommendations generally fall to the criminal operations officer and their team for implementation.
The national criminal operations officer.
In each division, not the national criminal operations officer in Ottawa, but each division has a criminal operation officer.
Okay.
So they would be responsible, or a delegate, to implement those recommendations.
Is there a national crops officer?
Not the way we have one here.
Okay.
It's the criminal operations officers, criminal operations, which the divisions that we have were the provincial police. And the other divisions where we aren't the provincial police, like Ontario and Quebec, they have a criminal operations officer who is federal.
Okay. We heard from, I think it was Chief Superintendent Campbell, who said that the national crops officer would have been responsible for responding to the recommendations. So I just wanted to see if that accorded
Probably
with
a coordination of it, but I'm not sure if they're called a criminal operations officer. I would think that perhaps that would be coordinated out of CNIP, which is the contract
and Indigenous
and
policing.
Indigenous policing.
Thank you. And when you took command of H Division in 2019, what was your understanding at that point in terms of the execution and implementation of the McNeil recommendations?
What I understood and observed, that H Division was well on its way in completing, or at least engaged in the recommendations within the division. And I would say that this division, based on seeing others divisions, they were ahead than most.
And what was that based on? Your understanding that they were well on their way in terms of completing? What was that based on? Who told you that? How did you come to be in that information?
Well, the criminal operations officer at the time was Chief Superintendent Marlene Snowman. And for those that don't know, she was the officer in charge of Kodiak Detachment, which is where the event took place in New Brunswick, and the McNeil review came out of that. So she was very passionate about the implementation and following the recommendations.
And I think you said that in your interview, your mass casualty interview, and I think your evidence this morning was the McNeil report was taken very seriously. Post recommendations and the implementation of the recommendations was taken very seriously.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So from your perspective, I understand that you were of the view that the recommendations were implemented. And I appreciate your evidence that you haven't been following the evidence of the commission. But what we also have heard, Ms. Bergerman, is that there were various members who were involved in the mass casualty, either as a member or civilians, who really had no knowledge of some of these critical recommendations. They hadn't been trained on the report. And there were certain recommendations which, you know, it became apparent through their evidence were either they weren't aware of and they hadn't been actioned. So I want to talk to you about that sort of broader picture, this sort of disconnect. And I'll give you the specifics of these members to help you orient that. We had the two critical incident commanders, Staff Sergeant West and Staff Sergeant Surratt, who gave evidence on May the 18th. And they talked about not having been trained in the report, not really having an awareness of what some of these recommendations were. And there were a couple of specific recommendations that were put to them. One was a recommendation 3.6, that each division should establish a policy and protocol through an emergency operational plan to identify entry and exit points and major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis. Of course, that was directly relevant to certainly the 19th, when the perpetrator was moving through the province, passed through what I call this sort of central choke point in Truro, Highway 102, Highway 104, with no visibility over his travel through that point. They had no awareness of this recommendation and certainly weren't aware that there had been any update to the emergency operational plan. So that's one example. And then we heard from Leah Scanlon, who we've talked about today as well. And my friend, Ms. McCullough, took her through some of the recommendations that are directly relevant to communications. This was on her June 8th evidence. And there was some, just to characterize her evidence, but there were some things she wasn't sure what had been done. She was part of the recommendations in the McNeil report because she had worked on that, but some of the communications recommendations, she wasn't sure they had been done. And one in specific was 8.2, the development of standard operating procedures to have communications staff as part of the rollout of critical incident package. And she said that as of April 2020, that had not been done, even though the report says that it had been implemented in Nova Scotia. So I give you those two concrete examples of people on the ground, right? And what strikes me as a huge gap or disconnect in between what senior command understands has been done in terms of executing and implementing these recommendations, and then what's going on in practice, the people who are ultimately delivering the services, the policing in the communities. And I think that, you know, certainly for a lot of the families, that's a concern about what happens with the report that comes out of here. How do we avoid this type of disconnect again that we have? You know, we've been provided with an extensive affidavit dated August the 11th, 2022. The COM number is 62461. And this is an affidavit of Inspector Farnay Crossetier, who she's in Ottawa. And what the purpose of this affidavit, have you seen it? Had you had a chance to review it? Okay, so
not aware of
just
it.
to give you some background, my understanding is the purpose of this affidavit is to review, thank you, Madam Register. And has that been exhibited yet? Okay, so if we can give that an exhibit number.
That's exhibit 4158.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to take you through it, Ms. Bergerman, but the purpose of this is an affidavit to go through one by one each of those McNeil recommendations and to identify how they've been implemented and executed. The one,
Sorry, what recommendations?
the McNeil report recommendations. And I will, Madam Register, if we could go to page 5 of this report, and we see recommendation 3.6. So this, Ms. Bergerman, was the recommendation that I referenced with respect to the two critical incident commanders about establishing a policy and protocol through the emergency operational plan to identify entry exit points in major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored. And this from Ottawa headquarters, from this affidavit, indicates that that was all done in March of 2015. The emergency operational plan templates were amended to ensure entry exit points and major transportation routes were included. The amended emergency operational plan templates were then disseminated to all RCMP divisions. So, from the command structure, it looks like this has all been done, and that is certainly what has been presented online with the RCMP accessing, any civilian can access, what has been the outcome of the McNeil recommendations. But in practice, it appears that a lot of this information is not making its way to those frontline policing providers. And I'm curious about any recommendations, thoughts that you may have for the commissioners about how we can bridge this gap moving forward between policy and implementation of policy, but then execution of the actual recommendations moving forward, because that's a key concern coming out of this inquiry.
Yeah.
Are we going to find ourselves 6 years down the road with another affidavit that says it's all been implemented, but the people on the ground aren't aware and they're not using?
So it was just the 3 people on the ground that weren't aware of these 2 recommendations?
Well, I
within the
use these
McNeil
as
report?
sort of the classic examples and the
Yeah.
evidence. We have evidence on these,
Yeah.
and there were 2, communications, and
Yeah.
then critical incident commanders who had no visibility over the fact that the McNeil report said that major transportation routes, entry-exit points should be monitored and alerted in an event of a relevant crisis.
Surprised by that, to say the least. But as far as what I can say now, I mean, obviously I'm retired. The RCMP very much looks forward to, as do I think all of the policing community, the recommendations that come out of this commission. I certainly am, and I know that my former superiors are as well. And I think there has to be some implementation of robust tracking mechanisms that can be followed up on by whether that's somebody left over from the commission or what that looks like, or lawyers. I don't know. But that would be my recommendation to ensure that happens.
Do you see value, and along the same lines of what you just indicated, do you see value in there being an ongoing committee that's perhaps populated by senior RCMP command members, street policing officers who are in the community?
Yes.
Because that's where the disconnect seems to have happened here, and then members of the public to ensure that the legacy of this work and the recommendations don't just sit on a shelf somewhere, that there is accountability in moving forward?
Yes, I agree with that.
You talked earlier about accountability needs to be driven by provincial audits and policing standards. I think Chief Superintendent Leather said that, and you had agreed about that in terms of making sure things are getting done properly, that policies and procedures are being followed.
Yes.
And that, as I understood your evidence, Ms. Bergerman, it was that the expectation was that provincial audits and policing standards would be used as a mechanism to ensure that these policies and procedures were executed. Did I understand that?
Yes.
Okay. What about the RCMP driving some accountability around that? Do you see a role for the RCMP instead of just relying solely on the province to do provincial audits?
No, we definitely have responsibility in conjunction and consultation with them, with the province and probably other police agencies.
Okay. I want to circle back to what you said about the being surprised with the recommendation 3.6, that the critical incident commanders weren't aware about the emergency operational plan and the fact that these major transportation routes should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis. You said you were surprised?
Yes,
Yeah.
because I know both those critical incident commanders, and they're, at least my knowledge of both of them, highly, highly qualified police officers. And my understanding, based on conversations with them, is they had a pretty good understanding of the McNeil report.
Okay.
So I'm surprised that they wouldn't have known that. And as far as the embedding of a media person within a critical incident command structure, I believe that now has been done.
Yes.
And I was, and surprised that Leah wasn't able to speak to it, Leah Scanlon.
Well,
So
she was able to speak to it. What she said was that although that recommendation said it had been implemented,
she had
it
not.
was not in place in April of 2020, 6 years after the McNeil report.
Right. And was there any reason that she was aware of, having been in
No, not that I'm aware.
communications?
No.
Okay.
Thank you on that. I'll move along. I just have one small final question to follow up on. The only other recommendation that you have presented today was this morning that, you know, your recommendation to the commissioners is that a lot of these issues are really based on funding. More resources are needed.
Yes.
And in addition to that, would you agree with me, Ms. Bergerman, that there are ways that the RCMP can leverage existing resources that don't necessarily need funding? And by that, I mean leveraging municipal police forces and even leveraging their own existing RCMP detachments. That funding is one thing, but there's also ways to be able to enhance the RCMP's responsiveness, and certainly on the weekend of the 18th and 19th in 2020, that could have been done by leveraging municipal police forces to a certain extent, and also to existing RCMP detachments. Would you agree with that?
Part of it I would, existing RCMP detachments, but as far as any kind of large contingent for municipal police force wasn't available at the time. But I do think that going forward, that's something that needs to be worked upon in the interoperability to make sure they can speak to each other on the radios, make sure they have the same radios, that there's encryption, all those things that I'm sure this commission's already heard.
Yeah.
But I do think that should, that could be a recommendation for sure.
Yeah, that's part of a cultural, I think, change too as well in terms of working with municipal forces. And we know, for example, Truro had reached out to both you and...
No, not to me.
No, they had not? Okay.
No.
Offering resources that day. And, you know, certainly for when Cobequid Court, for example, my friend, Mr. Bryson, reviewed with you the, you know, inordinate delay in the crime scene management there.
Right.
Would that have been an appropriate place that you could have utilized the resources of municipal forces?
I think that could be definitely a lesson learned. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And we've also heard evidence that the Millbrook RCMP detachment was not engaged at all through the course of the weekend. I mean, that was the RCMP's own resource that was not enlisted to assist.
I was not aware of that.
Okay.
Now, was there any resources in Millbrook at the time? Because we had significant shortages in some of these small detachments due to COVID and people
Just,
not.
I'm sorry. My recollection, maybe you
Hi,
have the same
thank you.
concern I do.
I was just going to make the same point. I do believe there are resources that were used from the Millbrook detachment, actually, including, I believe, and I'm looking at my friend, Ms. McMillan, but I believe Constable Grund was one of those members.
Okay, and I'll check and follow up, but I know we've had an affidavit from a senior person at the Millbrook detachment who went home and didn't even know about the fact that this mass casualty had unfolded, and the name escapes me right now. I see Commissioner Fitch nodding her head.
Right.
That was my point.
But those are two different points. Your question was nobody from Millbrook participated, as I understood it, and that's just not the case.
Fair.
There were folks, but if someone from Millbrook was unaware, then that's a different question. You can put that to the witness.
And I'm not aware of that.
Fair enough. My point being that there were resources that were available. They could have been used situationally, and you've acknowledged that. Certainly deploying resources from Truro for Cobequid Court would have been something, a lesson learned. And we have the evidence in terms of the Millbrook individual. So apologies, commissioners, I don't have that name right at my fingertips. Thank you, Ms. Bergerman. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Hutman?
Good afternoon, Ms. Bergerman. My name is Linda Hutman with my co-counsel Stephen Topsy and James Russell. We represent the family of the Oliver Tuck families. Oliver Tuck family resided in Cobequid Court, and the family of Lillian Campbell, who lost her life walking on the highway in Wentworth. I just have a few questions. There's been some eliminations because of what's been covered by by Ms. Young and by my fellow counsel, and I'm going to attempt to get through the scratching out that I've done on my notes to make sure I cover what's left. I wanted to speak to, and this has been covered, or there's certainly material about this in your interview, and it was touched on this morning in regards to I think various terms have been used, but dysfunctional relationships between RCMP and Nova Scotia, and in the wellness report is referred to as, or several examples are given as between RCMP and Department of Justice in the province, between RCMP and municipal forces, and on various levels apparently. And I know that this morning you spoke at one point, and that as far as you were concerned, before the mass casualty event, effectively these kinds of relationships were relatively good, at least in your view. Which brings me to the fact that in the Quintet Wellness Report at page between 7 and 9, and I'm not sure whether, if you need us to bring it up, we certainly can. But there's the quote in there, I think, from the authors of the report, that almost all participants spoke at length about the RCMP's role as Nova Scotia provincial police and major dysfunction, which they said had been allowed to exist for many years. So this is an indication that this was a widespread belief, I guess, amongst people in the management level at H Division. So how do you reconcile this with your view that everything was essentially good before the Mass Casualty Commission?
Well, my experience, having been here for 5.5, 6 years, the relationship, and the former CO here was Deputy Brennan, was relatively good. And I worked very closely with Nova Scotia chiefs, as I've already testified to. The deterioration has happened since the mass casualty event.
Okay.
And I believe there's a number of different factors, but I do believe you had a number of officers that were here from other divisions where the relationship is quite a bit more functional, I'll say. And I think what you're seeing in the report, I don't know who said what,
Sure.
but I can say that they're probably, and I'm just making, I'm surmising here, a comparison in the functioning versus dysfunctioning. And a lot of that happened post the mass casualty.
Okay, so that would be your take on it, that
Yes.
the root of it is really post the casualty, and that things.
Yeah, and I don't think it's any secret here that, and I've seen it, where the municipal police forces are distancing themselves from the RCMP because of the criticism.
Sure.
So, and in any case and relationships, you have to have both parties willing to come to the table and work together. So I don't know that we're there right now.
Right. But you would agree that in a province the size of Nova Scotia, with the structure of policing in this province, that one would think that it's critical that these parties all try to get on the same page.
Absolutely.
And to that end, I guess one thing that struck me from your testimony this morning, when you were covering this area with Ms. Young, was a comment you made with respect to the fact that essentially now this management team is either retired or have all been transferred, promoted, and moved on, and that you weren't too sure that that was the way to go. Can you explain what you were getting at there?
What I was talking about is when that handful of officers came to me, about their wellness and burnout, and one of the requests was succession planning, and that didn't mean being transferred today. It meant a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And some of those people have been transferred with normal succession planning, with replacements coming in. And I think Chris Leather at least said that he thinks that might be good for fostering the relationships, or renewal or a reset with the Nova Scotia Chiefs, is what he thought. I was surprised by that comment, but I think, and I know the new CO coming in, Assistant Commissioner Dennis Daly, worked here for many years. He knows the partners really well. He had good working relationships with them. So I see that as a positive moving forward with his new team.
Okay. Yes, I mean, certainly for many people, myself included, the thought would be, how can we really repair all of this if everybody is different now?
Yeah. I actually think there could be some positives in that. And I know Chris Leather echoed that, but I also know that the new CO coming in also has very good working relationships with the chiefs. And I think you're going to see that improve.
Okay. I want to go and change tack to an entirely different area, and it's one that has not really been explored in any depth to date, but it has come up throughout our process in hearing from witnesses, people on the ground, at earlier parts of, or earlier sessions of this hearing. And what I'm getting at is, or the issue I want to discuss with you or have your comments on, is what is the practice within the RCMP of transferring of general duty members. Particularly, I'm thinking of, or at least my understanding is that it's the routine practice that as recruits come out, they get posted. They are posted at some location in the country for 3-4 years. Then they typically are then transferred. Could be another province, could be within that province, and that this practice is kind of ingrained in the RCMP. Part of it may be their culture, but it's ingrained as part of how they manage their force. Is that accurate or fair?
I would say yes and no. And I know there's concerns within the municipalities because they just get used to a new detachment commander, and then he may get promoted and go to the next detachment down the road. There is those concerns that have been voiced. But I also know that within this division particularly, there's a lot of members that are here, that are from here. So they go to depot, they go to through training, and they go up north, or they go to a limited duration post. So that kind of works there. That gives them the opportunity to come back to Nova Scotia. So I hear your concerns, and I have heard that, but there's two sides of that, because I think it's good to not have the same person in a detachment for 15 years, because you don't get any good ideas, or you don't get any new ideas, and might get complacent. And I think members coming from different detachments or different divisions can bring some really great ideas and fresh ideas and different ways of engaging the community. So I think there's positives on both sides of that. And definitely the culture's changing, because I'll tell you, when I went through depot, there wasn't a chance that I would ever be able to go back to BC, where I'm from. Now that's not the case.
Do you know what's the genesis of that concern to send people back to where they came from?
It's many, many, many years old. Before, so I had 36 years, so it's before that. And I think it's the fear, or not a fear, but just the practice of it, have not having young police officers back in their communities where they experienced their formative years.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know just what the real rationale for that is, or whether there's a science behind that. I think of other types of or other police forces like municipal forces, large city forces. I'm sure there's many of their officers grew up and lived in the city that they work in. And so, you know, I don't know, understand, I guess, what would be the difference.
Yeah. And remember, we have very unique policing responsibilities throughout the country. So we have police officers in very remote communities, and there's maybe one or two of them there. There's no other police force that can have those, that can go up there or that do that kind of policing. So I think, and you might be able to get better information actually out of the commissioner and out of Deputy Brennan, because I think he's going to be testifying here, because they've been around a long time too, and might have more visibility on that based on their positions. But I think it's a balance.
Yeah, and I can certainly appreciate that there would be certain types of postings, like remote and isolated postings, where people wouldn't be expected to necessarily put down roots if that's not where they're from.
Right.
And would be transferred in and out. But there's many other more urban and rural type settings where that maybe the rationale for that no longer really exists. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, you know, in this arising out of the mass casualty event, you know, there's been some evidence of, you know, newer members to, you know, somebody comes in to a detachment like Bible Hill in a large rural municipality of a very significant area. They don't know one end of the district from the other. It takes them 3-4 years to even get really comfortable, probably knowing all of the back roads and the ways to get from point A to point B as quickly as you can. And then they're transferred out and somebody new comes in and they have to learn how to get around their new detachment area and so on. And to me, it raises questions around the effectiveness of policing these rural, these communities when you have such changes happening and you don't have the ability for people to really become familiar with the geography that they're dealing with. And I think some of that came to light through the unfamiliarity with even some members in Bible Hill that night of exactly where they were going. Although it wasn't, in the scheme of things, for us who live in that area, it wasn't that far away. But if you haven't traveled around and got to know some of the outlying parts of your community, so it raises for me the issue of whether or not there's more value or more negativity to these kinds of transfer policies and practices in except for, you know, obviously the remote situations and so on.
Yeah.
And certainly I will explore that.
I think it's really good to, I mean, I've given you my comments and thoughts, because I think there's pluses and negatives, because you really do get some really great ideas from new police officers coming into a community. And the expectation too is that they should know their communities. But some of these rural communities, and I've worked in them and gone to the wrong place when I was supposed to be over here, and I went because I didn't know the community. But it takes a while, to your point, to learn.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps maybe a recommendation out of this that should be explored to have a more balanced approach to that.
Just on that, and I certainly agree, I think that is an area worthy of consideration for sure. You indicated, of course, that this practice has existed long before your time, or at least.
Yes.
But have you, up until the point of your retirement, have you heard any discussions within the RCMP of whether or not they're have any thoughts, or have they focused on whether or not there's a need to look at that practice that they've Or is it just, it's all we've always done that, so we always will?
No, that's that's actually not why. So you have a lot smaller detachments in Nova Scotia, and the opportunity for promotion for constables, say, might be down the road in Bible Hill, and they're in Stewiacke. So those, you have those. But you also have those that want to go to a bigger center. So they're up in Bible Hill or Stewiacke, and they want to experience a more urban policing just for the experience, right? In a Halifax, for example. So it's developmental opportunities, balanced with community needs, balanced with promotions. I think all of those things have to be a consideration, but that's why.
But that might be addressed through more optional approaches to transfers and redeployments than having it more of a routine thing based on a particular constable's career path and what their aspirations are, as opposed to it kind of being forced upon them.
Right. So, for example, in the Lower Mainland, and you can't compare, but the very big detachments there, and you could probably compare, not Halifax District, but it's a big detachment area, that a member could be there for an extended period of time and be afforded the developmental opportunities to, you know, do some plainclothes work, to do drug work, to get a promotion, because it's big enough that they can just go from one watch to another. You don't have those opportunities in small communities where you have 2 constables and a corporal.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And I certainly would take that point. Okay, so I'll move on to my next 2 areas, which should be quite brief. Several of my friends have touched on air support questions. In particular, Mr. Pinio did ask you a couple of questions about that and about the helicopter based in Moncton being off-duty sick, and the issue about a second potential and reasons why we don't have a second backup helicopter in this region. My question goes more to the fact that the helicopter was off-duty sick, and that seemed to not have been communicated to the area that it serves, so that people would know, A, and B, that it's apparent from the testimony we've seen, from reading the communication logs and so on, that once the initial response teams late in the night of the 18th and early hours of the 19th had this information, there seemed to be no established plan B as to where they went next to try and get helicopter support. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to the logistics, because I do know, and it was my understanding, that they were searching for some sort of air support from different agencies, and were turned down.
Yes, that's what I'm...
As far as the helicopter being down, they're down because it serves 3 provinces, right? Actually, maybe 4, no 3. That for it to be down for maintenance on a Saturday is not uncommon. But maybe that could be something that could be a joint funding, like they do already with the one helicopter that we have. It's a funding model with the Atlantic provinces to fund a second one. But that would be a funding issue as well, because they're not cheap. They're an expensive asset to have, but necessary when you need them, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
And so that would be one thing in answer to your question. And the other would be maybe an SOP, a standard operating procedure, that a fan out goes out. I'm pretty sure OCC is aware what air support is available, like that on a, like as a general practice. But again, you would have to defer to OCC like a Glen Burn, but that's my understanding is that they have awareness of what assets and your risk manager should too are available to them.
Mhm. Yeah, and that night apparently it was a no-no until they went to make the call for the air support. And then that's the answer they got from Moncton at the time.
That the helicopter was
the
down. Yeah, so
helicopter was down.
there's a streamlined SOP that could be established very easily that that be within the OCC, what's available as far as air support and ERT support and what's in the area. That would be easy to, I would think, streamline.
Right. And just to follow up and to go a little bit further on that topic, and you referred to them attempting to get help from other agencies, and eventually a DNR helicopter was organized for early in the morning on the 19th to help with evacuation. And however, of course, it had far greater limitations than the RCMP asset would have had.
Right.
We understand through, and I apologize, I don't have the exact documents to point to right now, but because I thought of this late this afternoon as I was making notes. But there have been exhibited emails, I think from personnel in H Division that morning, attempting to arrange with Ottawa for aircraft to come down from either Ontario or Quebec. But my recollection is that those arrangements weren't, and those steps taken to reach out for that was not until around, I'm going to say around 10 o'clock or so Sunday morning. Any insight you can give us as to why, once they knew that Moncton wasn't available early in or late in the night of the 18th and early 19th, that wouldn't have been a step to start it immediately as opposed to reaching out for those other resources?
So that's an operational detail that I cannot speak to, and I'm wondering, had that been explored with Superintendent Campbell or Chris Leather, probably Superintendent Campbell, or Chief Superintendent Campbell, because I'm not sure the answer and why that would have been the next day. Like that doesn't make sense to me, but I haven't seen any emails going back and forth on who was asking for what and when, and maybe they thought they had an asset and then didn't. So I can't speak to the specifics of that.
Okay. I know that it did get approved and it did get in the works, but by that time it was no longer required. So, I may be at the end. Just give me one moment here. Yeah, I think my other questions have been answered. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hutman. Ms. McPhee or Ms. Ward?
Thank you. I think I just have one question, but before I ask it, I just wanted to note that with respect to Millbrook members responding, it is on record that Corporal Jameson and Constable Grund were from Millbrook, and as well as Sergeant Bernard, who responded on the Sunday. Ms. Bergerman, as you know, my name's Lori Ward, and I represent the Attorney General of Canada. I think I just have one question. We've talked a lot about policing standards, and you spoke of them this morning, and we heard evidence from Chief Superintendent Campbell as well as Chief Superintendent Leather. In particular, Chief Superintendent Leather spoke about policing standards in the context of audits, and he opined that those audits proposed by the province would not be meaningful without having policing standards in place. And so he went on to talk about getting that process on track, and he was very complimentary of Haley Crichton at the province. So that was all in the vein of accountability. But my question for you is, how could policing standards improve public safety? Because we haven't talked a lot about that.
Well, because with policing standards comes the recommendation or the need to have the resources and the specialized resources within your communities to respond to drownings, critical incidents, like and barricaded individual, or if you don't have any policing standards that everybody follows, and we have standards within the RCMP that we follow, it's important for the other police agencies to have those policing standards because they're doing their own sexual assault investigations. And if they're not up to a certain standard, then it's not, you're not serving the public or the public safety mandate of policing. So, and it would be helpful if everybody had consistent policing standards. And when you're working in a province with different police agencies.
And so I think we heard from Chief Superintendent Campbell as well that goes to the interoperability between forces.
Yes.
And can you comment on that further?
Yeah, so if you all have the same policing standards, then the interoperability becomes more fluid because you have the same sort of SOPs or policies around training and how you approach a scene and different investigative techniques. So it's helpful, and it only works if you're all on the same page as far as what's required for whatever that investigation is.
So is it a case, we've heard, I think, from various corners that the impression is that the RCMP wants to impose their own standards on the other policing agencies. Is that?
That's not correct. We are part of a committee with the Department of Justice and municipal police forces that are all working towards a common police standards program or policies. So that's in the works, and that's being, I believe, Haley Crichton is still heading that up and working with the municipal police chiefs.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Ms. Young?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. We very much appreciate your being here and to assisting the commission. The commissioners would like to take the rest of the day and this evening to consider whether or not whatever questions we may have for you, and would ask you to come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 to address. I don't think it'll be very long, but procedurally, it would be important for us to reflect on that and then come back and present you whatever questions we might have at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And of course, as I mentioned earlier in the day, we will not swear you again tomorrow morning. Just consider that you're still under oath, and we will see you again tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until August 23rd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Cowards. Cowards. Glad Justice Cromwell has some conviction and courage. Also to, I believe it's Miss Young. Kudos. Can't say much more for other people here. And actually, on that note, I'm going to sign off because it's disgusting. God bless you. God bless the 23. Political pressure. This is a fucking national issue. It is huge. Huge. And no one has the balls to touch it. Well, I'll touch it. God bless you. God bless the 20.